Go live. Right then, let's start a Q&A. And restore chat. Q&A. Live chat and questions. Let's put the questions up there. Yay, got the questions working. Got the questions working. Got the live chat working. Hello everyone, sorry. This has been a fun day. Open the audio mixer and check that the audio is correct. It is working on the Siren Elite. Yay. And add source. Yes, that's working. Hello, that's looking rather fat. Let's see if we do that. That works better. Hello. The original Admiral class Battlecruiser design have been or worse. Well, if it's been unmodified, it's probably not going to be as useful as the modified one would have been. But the thing is, if you had stuck with the original, and you'd have probably churned out about 4 of them, which means the odds are, under the treaty system, you've either possibly not kept Renown and Pulse, which is shooting me in the foot because I like Renown and Pulse. But if you've got 4 of them, and they're all the same type, then at least one of them's been given the Renown style upgrade of that ship. And if you had 4 of them, the odds are you've had at least 2 upgraded, because if you got 4 of those, that's quite a consistent group to upgrade with, whereas the Battlecruisers were sort of considered almost one-offs, so there was a sort of bit of a about upgrading them. Hello everyone, how are you doing? Hello Tanavelka, hello Michael Cooch, hello Calvin Gasberg, hello Knight6831, hello Ronald, hello John Shea, Byron Newman, Teemu Locker, Peter Dawson, Calvin Gasberg, Stephen Richardson, hello. Hello DGV40, hello Jacob, hello Joss Vonk, hello Bugguy8229, hello Wayne's World of Science and Psychology, hello Blackburn Maximus, hello David Goulding, hello Bob Fry, hello Stafford, and hello Stephen Richards. Hello everyone, hopefully you can all hear me. Stephen, he doesn't need that encouragement. Trust me, Knight6831 will do this. Although, Knight6831, I will say there is currently a strong theory going around, because I have not... Today I had the fourth person message me, ask me whether you set up a Google alert to tell them every time HMS Hood is mentioned on the channel. And I went, no, I'm sure he hasn't. But, speaking of, today's first book is... Just gonna guard list. I saved, because I didn't want to cause some people to be almost overheating with joy. I saved the book list till now to put in. So, let's put it this way. There is one little sort of non-Battlecruiser book in here. And that's a friend's book which has been sent to me to review. As is always the case with friends' books, and you might as well notice in advance, if I like them, I talk about them. If I don't like them, I send a message to them. And it doesn't get talked about on the channel. So, I obviously like this one. So, basically, I've been having fun recently, and when I found one book, I went, hang on, I've got more somewhere on Battlecruisers. And, well, I have. I have got more. I went and found my books because they were up in one of the boxes in the loft. So yeah, I've been hunting books, and I think I'm fairly certain that a couple of you are going to look at this book list and go, "We want." Especially when I get to John Roberts' book at the end, because that has got several piece de resistances in. But there you go. Today's book list. They look good. Nathan, to answer your questions, I haven't set up a Google alert for anything about Agent's Hood. No, then I'm just going to rule that you have ESP when it comes to questions about Hood being asked. Or comments anywhere. That might seem strange, but seriously, you do seem to you sometimes beat me, and I get alerts about theoretically whenever anyone comments on my channel, and you beat me to responding to them. Ooh, I've got options now to respond to messages. Sarah Thompson, what would a Super Renown look like if built for World War II? It depends. If it's built for World War II by Henderson, it would probably have 3 triple turrets. Top speed of roughly 36 knots, and probably those guns would be 16-inch guns, if that's built by Admiral Henderson. If it's built with Admiral Chatfield involved, then they might well have, I don't know, 14-inch guns involved, and it might be twin 14-inch guns because he's a bit strange, because I got one all ready to go. Maximus, how much more powerful would the Iron Beam if they had watered down the rum with Iron Brew instead? I'm not sure, but I do have a scary thing to tell you. I've had to crack open the emergency Iron Brew reserve in the house because the cans that were supposed to arrive today have not arrived, and they might not be coming because apparently Amazon are out. So, it is a dark, dark day. A dark day. Team Locker, should Japan have scrapped the Congo class on the interwar years, or were the refits useful in terms of to extend their service life? The thing is, you couldn't replace them. They were too new. You couldn't replace them. So if you'd scrapped them, they wouldn't have been able to build anything to replace them. So basically, it's a case of refit them, or refit and use them, or not have nothing. You don't really have a choice. What they could have done, and what I would have been tempted to do if I'd been Japan, was I would have used the basic outline and shape of a Congo, and I'd have put one in for refit, and then I'd have basically stripped everything down and rebuilt it completely, almost like the Italians did, but I'd have built a completely new ship, and just called it the same name. I'm glad to hear the books arrived, Just Vonk, and glad you got your eye on Blueprints by Rob Brown. That's a good one. The G36B. Let's see. Should Japan Nice thing. Would 100 grown G36B Wildcats have been enough to stem the RN's shortage of decent carrier fighters as the Gloucester Sea Gladiator, Blackburn Rock were adequate, not obsolete by 1939? I don't say they were obsolete by the Sea Gladiator. I'm not sure if you couldn't call it sort of obsolete by 1939. By 1940, definitely. 1939, I think they were still doing okay. G36. That's the F4, F3 sort of variant, isn't it? Yeah, 100 of those would have been massively helpful. Yeah, 100 of those would have been really, really nice. The Royal Navy would have been very happy with 100 of those, because basically the trouble is the Royal Navy's own intermediate fighter, and I've tried to explain this to people in the past, is not there. It's not the British aircraft are crap, it's just an entire, as some people say, it's that entire generation just don't exist. Because of when war happens, and because of some of the decisions taken in 1939 by panicking ministers. And it's a case of, yeah, they don't exist, so you don't have comparative aircraft there, so you're automatically always comparing them to the previous generation and going, wow, the British aircraft are really terrible. Well, yes, but you're not comparing them to the equivalent generation. And the fact is, the British still do a disturbingly good job with them. It's actually quite worrying when you consider just how many Fulmar pilots made ace. Okay? If you want to look that up, go to Jamie Seedell's Armoured Carriers website and have a look at just how many Fulmar pilots made ace. And that will scare anyone. Anyone who's thinking just what flying a Fulmar is like, they managed to make ace. Amazon nearly bungled my pre-Canada trip Iron Brew delivery. The thought of going on that trip without Brew is nearly heretical. It would be. Literal nerd. I read the chat here like a novel. And I would agree. It is a bit. It is kind of like novel sometimes. It gets very interesting. Hello, DH89. I hope you had a nice holiday. Bulboswick, to be fair, 100 Sea Hurricanes in 1939 would have been a wonderful boost. To be fair, 100 single engine, decent engine single seat fighters that were actually modified for naval use and actually able to be used off flight decks and without their wings smashing into them would have been a great thing. But 100 martlets in 1939 would have made the Royal Navy absolutely ecstatic. Jacob, not about a Battlecruisers, so feel free to skip. Well, no, I'm starting off with some of the questions. Just a random history question, darling. That's been on my mind. Why didn't Britain use the pound currency in the colonies and Commonwealth? Ooh. We did in some. And in others we didn't, and by the time they were setting up their own currencies, it was, for some, it was easier to get hold of dollars and set up with dollars than pounds. And you also have to consider the root of the phrasing dollar. It's basically one of the original currencies around the world was the Spanish dollar. Now, that was also known as the Piece of Eight. So, some of the... so often people presume that people, when they're naming their economies after... their currency after dollar, it's the US dollar. But the US dollar itself and the dollar is from the Spanish pieces of 8, and some of the other ones are historically from that. Basically, it was how do I put this? It's a very, very old currency designation, and it's been a phraseology around for a long time. I think the history might go back as far as Bohemia, but I think the international currency was the Spanish dollar first, and that was because it was backed by silver taken from their colonies, and it made it a very reliable, very pure currency, which gave Spain a very strong economy, and that's some of the history of it. So it's all some fun. Hello, my cooch. 100 Brewster Buffalo, a plus or a minus. The Buffalo, again, isn't the... There is a reason it beats the first version of the Wildcat. It's not the universally bad aircraft you hear about. It's not up to snuff in 1941, but in 1939 it would have been perfectly fine for the Royal Navy, and would have got them through to 1941. Hello, Duke of Betchington. Wayne's World of Science. Douglas, do you have enough horsepower to run a DCS server? It'd be interesting to try naval battles in it. Potentially, but I'd have to look into that more. I have no idea why it's doing that, but one thing I am going to do is toggle timestamps on everything, so I can keep up with timestamps. Jacob, in Dutch we also have a dollar coin, de Alda, de Golden, that later became the 2.5 Golden. Yeah, so basically it's one of those interesting points of history in that people see it and they presume it's the almighty dollar as in the US dollar. And honestly, it was originally not the almighty US dollar. So what's a doubloon then? I think that was another one of the currencies which came from the dollar. Another one, I'm not 100% sure. Coinage history is not exactly my strong area of knowledge. I have a friend who I go to when I need this sort of stuff. And doing a video of them has been something I've been considering, because they do a whole presentation and discussion about pirate gold. But the thing is, they're not back in the UK, well, she's not back in the UK, till January next year, because she's gone... Not so much home... It's going to sound strange. Her parents and her are British. She was born in Britain, but she actually spent from the age of about 5 to the age of about 17 in another country. And it's where her aunts and uncles still live, and so she's gone home. Well, she's gone back to that her other home for a few months because finished her PhD. And hasn't got a job to go to over here, so is doing some extra teaching over there. And I'm not going to reveal too much about where over there is, because that might give out too much details of particularly who this is. And I've never asked them for permission to discuss them on channel. And they aren't... Well, it's either permission or they aren't a publicly well enough known historian that I don't worry about discussing them on channel, because I'm not going to say anything nasty, and they're already public historians, so it's good to interact with them. If after World War I the RN had gone diesel engine for all ships and planes for one common fuel type, how would this affect World War II? Well, it would affect the performance characteristics of the aircraft, in that they might not be as good at certain altitudes as they were traditionally, but they could have an advantage at that altitude. So it would be interesting. It would have an effect on tactics in that level. In terms of logistics, it would make life a lot easier. In terms of ships, you'd have to. The British would actually have to go on diesel electric to really get the high speed and be able to do the operations they'd want to do with some of their ships. And it would have been a massive project. And if you consider how they'd have had to rebuild every single one of their capital ships which was preserved from that period. So it would have been very expensive. Could have been done, but would have been very expensive. That's it is logical if you delay World War II. Hood's machinery issues will force Iron's hand, as it would be humiliation for the British Empire if she breaks down while on a cruise. I think Hood was supposed to be the next one to go into a major refit anyway. I always had the feeling that she was supposed to go in when Queen Elizabeth came out. I think that was the plan, and the reason she didn't is because war begins. It's literally, that's the scenario. You need her because war begins. And it's the whole problem is really the loss of Tiger. That's the big thing. It's not having Tiger. If instead of getting rid of, it's going to sound strange. If they cut an R class instead of Tiger, and they'd sent Tiger in for the refit which she needed instead of Royal Oak, then, well, she could have been upgraded to 14-inch guns for starters, and that could have actually helped work out some of the issues with the King George V 14-inch guns, because they could have worked out the twin turrets, so they'd have had those on Tiger. And upgrading from 13.5-inch to 14-inch, it's not going to cause too much trouble to barbettes, etc. in design, so you can do it without incurring too much cost. So Tiger could have been wandering around as an 14-inch gun ship. With speed and 14-inch guns and some upgrades, what would she be like? Would she be, with the new engines, etc.? She could probably retain the speed, and the Royal Navy would have had a full-fast ship. But they hadn't. They thought they had till 1945, or rather 42, so they had gambled on being able to get at least one Vanguard or fast battleship of type in the water soon enough to take up that role. Nice one. Why didn't the Italians dispose of the ironclads at the start of the 20th century? Because at the start of the 20th century, people were still just counting number of ships. So they didn't count the quality of the ships, they counted the number of ships. And that's what they did. And so those ships still counted on paper. You wouldn't want to actually use them in a fight, but they still counted on paper. Speaking of former races, I wonder how many naval personnel, naval patrol, naval type. Not sure. Sorry, Carl Gasberg. I just got a shock from Wiki, which states that the mere Teresa Taylor since 1841 is still in use and even minted. Yep. Current UK had dodged the coin at 7 points. Yes, UK did, I think. Thank you, Leslie. Nice one. In the end, the Dido class was a great idea of common ship with commonality of parts, but was let down by delusional government that thought war will never happen again. I don't think they thought war will never happen again. That's often a myth. They hoped war would never happen again, but they didn't. They thought they had more time. They thought they could buy more time to prepare. They honestly did, because they were looking at everyone else's preparation cycles, and they said no one else is ready for war. And as we've been over, infrastructure-wise, Germany, Italy, no one was ready for war in 1939. It was the absolute worst time for everyone to go to war. It was the absolute worst time. Which shows you, nicest way, history. I think if the British had invested more in their guns in the early 1930s, they would have been an advantage. But they needed to do it in the earlier 1930s. They needed to not leave it till about 1937 to really crack open the purse strings. They needed to leave it. They needed to start in about 1933-ish, probably. Deborah, question: what could an Allied navy have realistically done with a captured Deutschland-class cruiser? Assume hull machinery relatively intact. Oh, honestly, they could have used it. A Deutschland-class cruiser could have been used for all sorts of things. Probably not going to be used for anything which is going to require high-speed operations, but you could give it to the Polish, and they have a cruiser for doing Arctic convoys, etc. It's great for wandering around with Arctic convoys, etc. British probably wouldn't have said no to it being used to patrol the Indian Ocean, etc. There is always half a chance that one of the German Deutschland class does get captured. There's even a chance that Deutschland herself gets captured, considering some of the places she's in. And if she had, that would have been quite an interesting thing, because you just know the Royal Navy would have left her as Deutschland, and they would have just called her HMS Deutschland, and would have sailed her everywhere they could have. Literally, that vessel would have been sailed so hard it would have ended up World War II collapsing from its steel plates basically being run into nothing in the water. I've done the New Zealand book a few times, and these were books which came out of the boxes. Ah, see me going catching a Bruships. Cool. Westward, considering an old history where 28 knot was the design speed of the Queen Elizabeth and R classes, even if it had cost a small bit of armour, what do you think the responses would have been? Panic. And honestly, it doesn't have to be at the cost of any kind of armour. That's the thing. If you'd used small tube boilers, you could have got those vessels to 28 knots from the get-go. Especially when you consider they all have 4 shafts, so they have a 4-shaft setup. You can get them to 28 knots. You just need to put give them enough steam to turn those turbines, and the small tube boilers at the time would have done it for the same square footage of space. You might have ended up wanting to make them slightly longer. It's probably add about 10 meters onto a Queen Elizabeth class, and the difference between an R and a Queen Elizabeth and 10 meters onto an R, and you would make it easily. So it's about 30 feet extra of steel, etc. But you could do that. There's plenty of yards which have the space for that. Deborah, question: what would answer that one? Night Cigar. So I saw someone ask, what if the USA was the only country to ever have nukes except it? So I saw someone ask, what if the USA was the only country to ever have nukes? They would be unilateral superpower, but unfortunately, then someone might have used them. They might have used them for more than just once. Are all cruisers destroyers battlecruisers now? No. You can make the argument that all escorts are cruisers now, but they're definitely not battlecruisers. Renown, which was the higher status asset, battleships or battlecruiser? Theoretically, battleship, because battleship is higher up the totem pole of naval ships. However, because battlecruisers were rarer, probably battlecruisers, because when they turned up, they looked bigger and looked cooler. Batman Maximus, if all 5 of the Queen Elizabeths had been small tube boilers, and Canada had paid for 3 other small tube boilers and all been available to Jutland, how would it impact the battle? Well, then you've got 2 squadrons. You've got a full squadron of Queen Elizabeth class. So you've got 8. If all 8 are with Evan Thomas and the run south and run north, then the Germans have a big problem. because 4 of those did enough damage on the way back. 8 would do a lot more damage. If they're 28 knot small tube boiler ships, then they can run rings around the Germans. If you have 4 with Jellicoe, then Jellicoe has a fast group of them as well. They might well be at the head of his line, and so they could be taking on things rather than you know, the third cruiser squadron. But more importantly, with the R class, which would also be there, and there were 2 of those there, that would mean the Royal Navy would have 10 15-inch gun ships. And those 15-inch guns took a toll on the Germans, this even without necessarily the best fuses, etc. going around. The biggest thing, as I've said before, is if you fix the fuses. If you fix the fuses, then Jutland turns into a massacre. Jutland is the result it is because of the fuses on Royal Navy shells. If any more of their shells that had worked, there would have been a number of vessels in severe trouble. Recently there was a situation where a 70-year-old steam train pushed a modern steam train. Was there a similar situation in naval history? Except the hours at Descent Storm. There is the fact that the Russian submarine crane, or the system which they have floating around that lifts vessels off the ocean bed, is quite so old. There's also the fact that I think at one point the aircraft carrier was being pulled by a tug which is about 15 years old in it and still working. As a rule, usually we're talking old tugboats pulling modern ships. That often happens because a good tugboat never dies. Colin Cameron, if the UK let Congress downsize the USN instead of a treaty, how many battlecruisers would have been in the Empire, and would the UK have helped the Japanese continue to upgrade? They wouldn't have helped the Japanese continue to upgrade. Well, let's put it this way, they wouldn't have done the same way they had done. But they'd have probably still been quite helpful, but not super helpful, if you know what I mean. And how many battlecruisers? Well, it's going to be the British are probably going to want to change the battlecruisers over to what I'd call the G3 battlecruiser standard first. So once you've got the G3s and the N3s built, the next generation is going to be some colonial battlecruisers to replace the ones for Australia, New Zealand, and possibly to also arm Canada. Because battlecruisers are becoming the important thing for the Royal Navy as you look into the 1920s, and they're looking at a global warfare and manoeuvre warfare. Stafford Johnson, as the hours were the battlecruiser designed the USN prior to cancellation, that is often contested and put forward. Would Vanguard not have been a battlecruiser by default as well? No. That was designed as a fast battleship, and let's be honest. To be honest, the Iowas were also fast battleships. They were definitely on that spectrum, as was Vanguard. And as I've said before, it's the spectrum goes battlecruiser 2 words, battlecruiser 1 word, fast battleship, and battleship. And it's spectrum. And ships aren't there are no ships which are perfect on any of those lines. And Iowa class, especially if you have the Montanas built, are going to look, in relatively speaking, quite far past the fast battleship level. But they're not going to be to the battlecruiser 1 word level. They are still going to be in the fast battleship area of the spectrum. As is Vanguard. Now, present, Warspite is to battleships as probably HMS New Zealand is to Battlecruisers. No, DeBrook, because your previous question was, could the Deutschland's 11-inch guns have been safely bored out to 12-inch to share? No, they couldn't, and I don't think anyone's going... In the nicest way, when a Deutschland's captured, it's going to be a lot earlier in the war, and that's going to be before the Alaskas or anything else comes into service. So, a long time before, so no one's going to worry about that one. Plus, is there a concept of battlecruiser, any combination, dead in the modern world's navies, or is there a place for them still, and what would it be? I think when you're talking about battlecruisers, we're talking about, especially in modern terminology, we're talking about a very large vessel. And I think battlecruiser is probably more appropriate than battleship when we're talking about those vessels, because they aren't going to have vast amounts of armor. The Soviets used it to describe, and the Russians continue to use it to describe, their large, very large nuclear-powered cruisers. And considering the firepower available to those ships, you can't really argue with it. So I think that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about a vessel of sufficient of size, firepower, nuclear power, and capabilities, yes, you can have a battlecruiser. And they do have a role. Next turn, whose air wing would be worse for 1942 World War II start? Iron's Gullwing Seafire and Ferry Firefly and Battlecruiser, IGN's A6M D0 D3 Val B5NK, or USN's F4F Wildcat, SBD Dauntless, and TBD Devastator. No worries, Stafford. Sunlight 681. Whose would be worst? Okay. I'm not sure. Well, the Firefly probably would come in, but that's... I'm not sure if that would come in that scenario. I think you've got Seafire, Barracuda right, but I'm not sure whether the Firefly would come in at all in that scenario, because there's an escort fighter, yes, an escort and reconnaissance fighter for long-range strikes, etc. But considering you've also got beacon development coming in, and you've got all sorts of developments going on with radar at the same time coming into service in 1939, 1940, that come in 1940, I don't think you would necessarily have the Firefly developed as it was historically. I think if you have war beginning in 1942, and I think, honestly, I think they all have strengths and weaknesses. I would not be so sure. The Devastator is not going to be something which I'm going to... I wouldn't be worried about. But, you know, Dauntless and Wildcat, perfectly decent aircraft, even in that mix. They're very good. Same with... I would say D3A Val and B5N Kate. The A6M0 has got a speed advantage on one of its opponents, but the trouble is, I don't think it's got a speed advantage on the Gullwing Seafire. And I think the Gullwing Seafire could possibly wreck it. But I think the Wildcat's going to be a very hardy aircraft, so it's going to be a case of 6 of one, half a dozen another in the fighters. Barracuda, if it's working as planned, so being able to be developed as planned and worked as planned, is going to be incredibly interesting. I think possibly it's still going to find it that you're going to find interesting with the B5K. I think the more interesting thing is, my suspicion would be that instead of the Fairley Firefly, the Royal Navy would have developed a dive bomber orientated aircraft a light strike aircraft for dive bombing, etc., which would complement the Barracuda's also ability with dive bombing and all those things. So a replacement for the Skewer. So let's just call it the Skewer 2. Okay, let's just say Skewer 2 is probably more likely than Fairly Firefly. I don't think anyone's really worst. That's the thing. I don't think there's anyone. They're all different. It's gonna depend how the scenario plays out, how they're gonna get dealt with. I've come to the conclusion New Zealand was Jellicoe's favourite ship. I don't think it was quite his favourite ship, but definitely was up there. I think his favourite ship was probably his flagship. There's some of the things he writes about his flagship. Yeah, I'd reckon it has him. That I'm presuming this is some person as nice to everyone. Sometimes you find the strangest things on the internet because I don't think America nuking other countries for developing nukes would ever go down well, either domestically or internationally. And nuking Britain and France would be an issue, because if any country is likely to be as far along as America is in nuclear development in the period you're talking about, post-World War II, it's Britain. Because Britain had a very large program prior to World War II, had combined their program with the Americans, and yes, afterwards the Americans decided to go unilateral and sort of try and freeze everyone out. But the thing is, the British very quickly do have a nuclear program, and it's going to be a very quick about face to turn from fighting a massive war on Britain's side to we're going to nuke you. That's not going to go down well domestically or internationally. That's just not a sensible thing to be asking about, really. Nice one. If say Rear Admiral Pakenham had received Jellicoe signals again asking BT for info during the battle, or first scouting, what would happen if Pakenham signaled Jellicoe the info? Jellicoe would have been very happy to receive it. And actually, that's where Jellicoe does get a lot of his information. We often talk about BT not signalling him, but other people did actually send him information. Bonus. Nuclear-powered ships such as aircraft carriers, cruisers, and submarines. Why is Britain only gone for the submarines? Surely the others would have been more cost-efficient in upgrading it. They'd also be very expensive to invest in and develop. You need a very different reactor type for a surface vessel than you do for a submarine. It's a different reactor, it's a different way it's used. It's a whole different school to set up, and so far Britain hasn't had the reason to push. It's rather interesting on the Queen Elizabeth class, because I think the aircraft carriers, British aircraft carriers, was the first time I saw that as a serious debate. It was very quickly dealt with and put to one side, but it was actually a serious debate for the short time it was had. I think future generations could be interesting. Decision 90. Hello, member for 1 month. Hello. I think the original concept of Battlecruisers is a rapid reaction and power projection ship benefits modern warships too. It does. It does indeed. Goodness gracious me, we've already been going 45 minutes. And we'll put that. There we go. That's better. Interesting. How likely is a navalized Typhoon if we get to a 1942 without war? Too big and heavy to make carrier strike aircraft? The question is, why would you? What does a navalized Typhoon give you that is worthwhile making space in a hangar for and extra logistics line of that you cannot get covered by the Barracuda, the Seafire, if that's the fighter we've gone with, and whatever replaces this skewer? What does the navalized Typhoon give you? It's a lot. The Typhoon's a lovely aircraft, but what does it give you that makes it worthwhile opening up that space? Or which one of those do you want to replace? Do you want to replace the Seafire? That's going to be a very good fighter. Do you want to replace the dive bomber? Well, the Typhoon doesn't do that. Do you want to replace the Barracuda? It's not carrying torpedoes either. So what does it give you to make it worthwhile replacing one of these things? Hello, Furikin. Caramba. Let's see. Magpie Maximus. If the British had built the St. Lawrence Canal by 1812 to the lock size of the Caledonian Canal, what kind of impact would this have on the War of 1812? Let's see. The Canadian Canal. It's not the world's largest lock by any stretch of the imagination. Maximum boat length is 45.72 meters. Maximum beam is 10 meters. Let's see, if we use... You could probably take a 6-ray post ship in, so something which has roughly 28 guns could possibly go in. 6th rate. What about a 5th rate? Let's see, would that fit in? Let's see. Free it. Come on, that's fine. That should be there. Okay. £4. HMS Diana, let's look up her. Ah, yes. HMS Diana, 5th rate. She was, yeah, you could get a 5th rate through. I wouldn't like to try and get anything bigger through it. So you can get a 5th rate through the Caledonian Canal. You could probably get a 5th rate in. So what was it do differences? Well, the Royal Navy could bring in a load of frigates to assist. So you wouldn't have it dependent on the big ships which they were building. Hello, man, 1640. No, Verdun, Typhoon didn't do dive bombing missions. They did bombing missions, they did rocket missions, they didn't do dive bombing. There is a difference between dive bombing as in dive bombing on a target in naval terms and dive bombing and just dropping a bomb as you fly over. They did low-level bombing attacks, etc. It's not, Typhoon's not designed for dive bombing. It's not. I'm saying, if you in the 20th century were asked by the Republic of China to design our navy, what would you do? Buy some decent cruisers and destroyers. And submarines. Lots of submarines. What replaced the Corsair in the Fleet Air Armed Service? Sea Fury. That's it. That's the fighter the Royal Navy has post World War II, really. If the Royal Navy's battleships didn't arrive in time to finish Bismarck off, could the Swordfish that arrive later finish Bismarck off? It could have done, especially if it's but you know the battleships did get there, and that was part of the whole planning and the scenario. Was it? Like everyone, I have no idea because you're now asking me to estimate with a carrier raid on Wilhelmshaven with 48 Gullwing Seafires, which were never put into service. They were planned but never put into service. But they were designed as fighters, so I don't think they're going to carry many bombs. 48 Dauntless equivalent dive bombers. Again, how do you mean equivalent in terms of Dauntless? And 78 Swordfish torpedo bombers. And what are you launching from this? And what's the target sitting in Wilhelmshaven that's justifying this? One of the reasons why the British, it's one of the things that's often mistaken is, why did the British not Taranto the Germans? Because at no point do the Germans usually have enough in harbour to justify the risk of doing the operation. That's the reality. The justification of the risk of getting close enough to do it to Wilhelmshaven is never justified because the Germans never have enough ships there. It's justifiable doing it in Mers el Kabir. It's justifiable doing it at Taranto. It's justifiable doing it in Norwegian fjords, where the level of defences and the quality to get there is not that massive. But you're talking about taking the equivalent of, well, Ark Royal, Courageous and Glorious in to launch a strike. What's there that's justifying you risking your 3 large carriers? All their air groups. In which case, what are you focusing on? You're not going to use it just to attack the shore facilities. So there's got to be something there for you to attack. Renown, what would you say is the smallest caliber of autoloader needed to have placed metal? I'm thinking something like the World of Warships and light class with 12 8-inch quad mounts or larger. Well, I'd say, yeah, the 8-inch is going to be interesting, but the trouble is with any autoloader, any ship, is the moment you're in a battle line against ships which are 16-inch gun ships, do not be in there with an 8-inch autoloader. You might have a great rate of fire, but something which is designed to fire a 16-inch shell is going to be designed to withstand a 16-inch shell. And that's not going to be good for you. And and Knights of Grant. Do we know how many Ferry Barracuda were lost on unexplained crash with Iron unless they had a problem with the plane? Not really. Because there are lots of crashes in wartime can even be explained, and they can still be explained, considering thinking it's the wrong thing that it is, so that doesn't really is a factor. And as for war holding off the Barracuda to be grounded after crashes, the Barracuda would have been tested, but also it wouldn't have probably had so many changes put in the aircraft to deal with the different types of engines it kept being rebuilt for. So it might also not have some of those problems, and might have different problems in the first place. So you're dealing with a lot of changes. If you're in history changes dramatically if war doesn't start till 1942. There's dive bombing, one word, dive bombing, 2 words, and skip bombing. Skip bombing is always fun. Rapid race back. I think you've answered your own question, because let's be honest, there's the county class with their magic 4-inch armor inserts. There are all sorts of interesting modifications that appear on other Royal Navy ships. There's the fact that their aircraft carriers suddenly gain extra fuel storage space from who knows where. And the US have similar interesting, intriguing activities happening. So basically, everyone cheats. It's the degree to which they cheat and how they cheat that makes the difference. Let's do this off 58. Question about the naval treaties pre-Second London. If one of the signatories had, say, lost a battleship to a powder explosion, did they have to replace it with a replica or a new modern design? They could replace it with a new modern design. There were functions in the treaties which allowed you to replace ships if they were lost by accident. I know about the design flaw, Knight 6831. I know about the issue. There were other issues as well with the Barracuda. There were issues with pretty much every aircraft entering service. But the point is, and this is a small one to really consider, is that half those issues, and I think I've got a fluffy research assistant about to visit, considering he's poking his head through the window.
I've been good.
You're always good.
It's
scurrilous lies that you're not good, isn't it? It's scurrilous
I'm
lies.
allowed to come out because
Yes, your big brother is not allowed to come out because he wouldn't behave today. Like,
I'm just going to go and see him rescue.
you go rescue your greenhouse. Right then, so we were supposed to be starting on the books for reviews. We're starting on the fluffy research assistant, and time said, "Hello, hello." Yes, I know. She's staring in the window at you. I'm going, what? That's just rude. It's rude. She's staring in at you. Anyway, but the point is about the Barracuda, is that again, and this happens with the Sea Fury. This happens with a lot of aircraft for the Royal Navy in World War II, and a lot of British aircraft. Is that due to the Air Ministry keep worrying about existing aircraft in service, they kept mucking around with engines and making changes to, and insisting on changes to aircraft types being used. And when you're changing the engine around on an aircraft, it's a lot more than just, well, we're taking out one thing and bolting in another thing. As anyone who's ever done an engine change on a car will know, you have to change all sorts of things in that car. The electrics, the hydraulics, all sorts of things get changed. It's even more complicated in an aircraft where if you consider you do not have the opportunity that if anything goes wrong to pull into the side of the road, pop open the bonnet and stick your head in and go, what the frigate has come loose this time? Okay, so it's a big scenario and it affects aircraft development. We do have Corgi intermission going on. Nice ignorant. What do you mean? The ship doesn't need to be able to carry boiler feed and fresh water for crew for 3 months of all the desalination equipment out of action? Strangely enough, no, it doesn't. Captain Naval, Washington Naval Treaty replacements. Ooh, where's that? Where's that? This little question is sometimes the questions aren't appearing in the live chat, but not appearing in the questions. And I know the questions. Why didn't France, the country, replace France, the battleship, when the latter ran aground? Money? Money. And the government politics. Honestly, the Royal Navy was probably thinking that's what starts available. And it fits with our logistics stream. HS Verdun, sorry, Night Zero, for one to answer your question. It's, you know, that's usually what they're thinking when they're making these decisions. HS Verdun, sorry, if I was asked earlier, you talked about the O-class and long patrol. Am I right in thinking that 35 knots on that displacement horsepower feels a bit too high? Am I right in being suspicious? Oh, you're right in being suspicious, but I would say that the displacement, kind of like the displacement for the Bismarcks, is aspirational rather than realistic. And the speed is envisaged rather than confirmed. And basically, how do I say this I can either say this in a can I say this in a way which will either not insult any of the big tech fandoms, or in a way which will insult them all, or just take on the biggest one? Oh, I'm going to go for it. Okay, it's like whenever Apple promise, here is the brand new iPhone, it's 1,000,000 times different and better than the old one. And you look at it and go, no, it's just a little bit better in every single way. It's an incremental improvement. It is better than the old one, but it's not 1,000,000 times. Because occasionally they are a lot better, but it's very rare. Usually they are just a little bit better than the previous generation, a little bit better than the previous generation. And this is the reality of it. It's basically, I always consider the O-class far more likely to be a battlecruiser version of the Bismarck and Tirpitz. By my Maximus, you've talked about what would happen, what if the RN developed a 15-inch 50 instead of a 14-inch gun. Had they developed the 15-inch 15, would it have reused the ammo from the 15-inch 42? It probably would be able to reuse the ammo from the 15-inch 42. It's going to depend on breech length. And it's going to depend on how, how much space, but probably can reuse the ammo. What would the British and Japanese maritime self-defense force ideal millimeter size for anti-submarine warfare torpedoes be if they were taking the American stuff with the 12.75 324 millimeter? I am not answering that one. I'm sorry, Night Signal everyone. I am not answering that question. That's far too specific. And I've worked with far too many people to answer that question. I went with insulting Apple. Using them as the example. Oi! Hello. Where are you off to?
I'm trying to break free. I want to see what's going on in my garden.
Do? You want to see what's going on in your garden?
I do. I'm a Corgi. I need to patrol.
Oh, you do? You need to patrol, do you? Well, at the moment, I need you to warm my lap. Oh! He gets his revenge! They're small, but they're powerful. They are powerful. Ah, oh, ay, caramba. Corgis. Zebedee, you going to say hi to Tanith? Perhaps. Ooh. Hello. What's that? It's both gone to pictures now. What's happening? No, that one's going to live. There is something interesting happening on my screen. I'm just going to... For some reason, both screens have gone to questions and reset themselves. Have no idea why, but they have. Not sure what that was about. Let's reset that to live so I can see the chat going on. Live chat. Oh, the live chat's completely reset itself for some reason. I've now no longer got any live chat before 8:08. I've still got the questions, but I haven't got any live chat. Chat was broken. Ah. Wonder why the chat's broke itself. I think you might need to do something on his rear, because otherwise Mum will probably tell you off. No, I'm not answering that question. Nights ago, everyone. Yes. It's always okay to insult Apple. Let's put it this way. It's one of those things. My aunt is a massive Apple fan. But which means I have to read quite a lot of their media stuff they produce out and things. And I have fun because I have occasionally read ARMS manufacturers' brochures. And on the same day I've read Apple brochures. And I mean they both make similarly bold claims. They really do. True question. One of the key issues with a lot of UK piston aircraft engines is that they never use fuel injector but carburetors. Technology. So the question, what if the Royal Navy decided to retain all the 13.5-inch Battlecruisers instead of the R-Class? Well, you wouldn't retain... Nicest way, it wouldn't be instead of all the R-Class. But it would replace a few of them. Lion, Tiger... I think they would replace 2 of them. So, yeah, it could be interesting. What do you think of the Republic of Korea Navy missile ship design with an ICBM? I think it's always nice to have ambitions. It's too modern, the question. It's the nicest way. It's too modern and it's asking something very specific which could be used to work out other things. Rapper is back. Dr. Clarke, I know it compromises protection, but would it have made sense to design ships so you didn't have to cut the hull open for a major rebuild? Honestly, you're always going to have to get in there somehow. So how can you design it so it won't cut it? You don't have to cut it open. You're either going to have to cut the deck open or something to get. You either have to kind of cut down from the top or come in from the side. Either way, you're going to have to do something to get into it because you're going to have a lot of space things in there unless you decide to put in massive doors, which are big enough to get all the big machinery out, which are going to create massive doors and a massive movement space inside your ship, which is something you can target. Not probably a good, sensible idea. Maximums. Oh, had dragons and their carrier riders existed, what kind of dragon carrier would you design so they could take off and land? Habakkuk? That'll probably work. What Royal Navy jets would get the active radar homing Red Dean air-to-air missile if the British got it to work? Probably any of the all-weather fighters. They get it first. So things like the Sea Vixen and that sort of grouping of all-weather fighter aircraft. My mum is still using iPhone 6. Refuses to upgrade. I can't understand how she gets by with such a tiny screen. If it works, it works. Okay, right. So, questions, please put in the question chat in the Q&A system, please, if possible. And I'm going to start with the book reviews now because otherwise we're never going to get them. And I've got 6 cool books to get to do tonight for you all, and I don't want to not get them done because I know one of them especially. If I don't do them, I will half expect a young master. A young Master Knight 6831 to be chasing me down somewhere. Okay. Take care, Wayne. So, I've got up to Paul Amos, I think. So, let's do these questions and start off. Paul Amos, did Britain stop development of large caliber ships, guns in World War II due to a more important research, or they didn't see the merits in doing so? No, they kept on doing the research. There was still the research going on. It's just the ships weren't built. The research was being done. They're working on those guns. They had them. Let's put it this way: if they had needed to build the Lion class, I am very firmly of the belief they could have rapidly built the Lion class. But the thing is, they were studying a lot of people's guns and taking a lot of technology. They didn't need any more ships, so they didn't build them. They needed to build aircraft carriers. They needed to build all sorts of things. But the thing is, it's one of those scenarios. If the British hadn't had the issue, hadn't had the pause of carrier construction as well, carrier construction at the beginning of World War II, which Churchill chose to do, and especially if they hadn't had the pause of cruiser construction as well, I'm firmly of the belief you would have actually seen Lions built in World War II. The reason I say this is because the balance would have been we need more modern ships, and the need for carriers is not quite so urgent because we've already got a good core of carriers going. Whereas by the time they are restarting and having to panic, they are almost panic building them. I have to imagine that a dragon carrier would be a somewhat equivalent to a helicopter carrier, since dragons would be VTOL. You'd probably sort of something looking at, something Queen Elizabeth style more than Nimitz style or Gerald R. Ford style. Blackman Maximus, sorry, re-asking my dragon question. What kind of ship would you design if it took place between the early medieval period to early Age of Sail period? Okay, I need space for a dragon to spread its wings and launch. It depends how big the dragons are. But probably I'd also need a space for a dragon to sleep under cover. And how many dragons am I carrying? It depends how big they are, how many they are. Let's say they're medium-sized dragons, so they have a 50-meter wingspan. And and roughly the same length from head to tail. from tip of the snout to tip of the tail. 50 meters. So let's say roughly that, and let's say we need 4 of them. Okay, 4. It's a fairly decent number to go with. 6 and 8 would be lovely, but operate the ships as pairs. So we've got those scenarios. It packs up. It's probably going to be a fair bit smaller. How many do you need to launch at the same time? Probably you want the facility to launch 2. So odds are you would do something with probably a main mast, foremast, possibly not a stern mast. Or if it is a free-masted ship, it'll look like a 4 or 6-masted ship would have done in sort of the later parts of the Age of Sail, with a lot of space behind it. You're probably looking at something which is 2 or so gun decks, but it's going to need to be more. It's still going to need to bow down, etc. a bit, but you're going to need also to have a structure on it, which is going to be interesting, which could mean you could end up using the structure as your command post. So you could end up with a sort of structure and almost like a helicopter flight deck aft for it to take off of. It'll be interesting. You'd also need some form of communication system to work with things above you. Signal flags won't work that way because they'll be off to one side. So but depending on your angle, you'd have difficulty seeing. So you need a way of retelling. You need to have your signal flags also to be able to fly them horizontal as well as vertical. Okay. Right then, I think it's time for HMS Hood by Andrew Norman. Sorry about that. Right. So, this is a good little book. It is a really nice little book. And it's a nice, easy introductory read to the story of HMS Hood. It's told through recollections of people who are aboard. So you have recollections of a crew member, recollections of a midshipman, a captain's messenger, a signalman, a midshipman who steered Hood, recollections of an engineer artificer on her world cruise. The stage is set, the British fleet, the inter-battle, catastrophe for Hood, Prince of Wales fighting on, end of Bismarck, Ambrose balls of inquiry, various things. It's an interesting point. It's got a whole discussion of the immune zone, as they call it. It's always nice to have these immune zones and scenarios. There's all sorts of ideas there, but no, it's a good book. Let's look at this. Captain Leach's reasons for breaking off the engagement were threefold. First, the mechanical problems with the guns had prevented them from producing their full output. Second, his ship had only just reached the stage of being reasonably fit to take part in service operations. And third, he saw no likelihood of a decisive concentration in the favour of the British, though if it was possible later when reinforcements arrived. Under the circumstances, therefore, he did not consider it wise to continue single-handedly the engagement with 2 German ships, both of which appeared to be at the peak of their efficiency. During the encounter, Prince of Wales sustained considerable damage. A 15-inch shell passed through her compass platform, killing or wounding everyone on it. Captain Leach was injured, but when he was thrown from the one end of it to the other, and both he and his chief yeoman of signals were knocked down and momentarily dazed. The shell fortunately failed to explode until it emerged from the far side of the bridge structure. A second shell struck the starboard foremost 5.25-inch director mount, and a third hit the aircraft crane and shattered both wings of the aircraft, which had to be jettisoned. A fourth pierced the ship's side below the waterline and armoured belt, passed through several bulkheads and came to rest in the diesel dynamo. room, but failed to explode. In consequence, 400 tons of water entered the stern compartments, which reduced the ship's speed to 27 knots. This shell was only discovered and diffused later. It's fun. When the ship docked at Rosyth, an 8-inch shell from Prince Jürgen penetrated the after superstructure and came to rest on the upper deck but did not explode. Another partially exploded on the lower armoured deck aft, and a third struck ship's side aft and also only partially exploded above the armoured deck. Prince of Wales's casualties were 2 officers and 11 men killed, 1 officer and 8 men wounded. Prince of Wales's plotting officer did not realise that his ship had been hit until blood began trickling down the bridge voice pipe and dripping onto his chart. Another explosion caused torrents of scalding water to be released onto the survivors on the bridge, and onto men on the signal deck below. Splinters from one of the exploding shells blinded Lieutenant Esmond King, a knight, actor, artist and ornithologist, who had half hoped that he might have the chance of seeing some Arctic bird life during the voyage into northern waters. Knight later regained some sight in his right eye. Bismarck, however, did not escape unscathed. The first evidence that something was amiss came from a British Sunderland flying boat from Iceland, which had made contact with the cruiser HMS Suffolk just before the action began. Having witnessed the destruction of the hood, she approached Bismarck to identify her. Although the aircraft came under anti-aircraft fire, the pilot was able to report the hood of Bismarck was leaving in her wake a broad track of oil. Bismarck had been hit twice by 40-inch shells from Prince of Wales. One penetrated the port oil bunker, causing a serious oil leak as well as contamination of the battleship's fuel supply system. The second struck the side armour amidships, causing flooding of a dynamo and a boiler which reduced the ship's maximum speed by 2 knots. The damage was sufficient to cause Admiral Lutyens to abandon his proposed fire in the Atlantic and to make for the French ports of Saint-Nazaire for repairs. Prince Jürgen continued the original plan, however, and later in the day slipped away from her consort and disappeared into the broad Atlantic Ocean. It's a good book to read. They've gone, "Hi Doc, just to let you know my granddad served on hood during the interwar years. I might be picking your brains then later this year." And they thought, "Oh, scalding water. That sucks about the guy who was hoping to see some Arctic birds." It does. No, what about instead of a Dragon aircraft carrier, a 3-decker with small dragons pointing their heads at us at gun ports and breathing fire? That'd be quite scary, but it'd depend on their range, because I can never imagine small dragons would have that long a range of fire. So anyway, in the Temeraire series, the dragons sleep in the forecastle. Cool. So anyway, and the Temeraire, the 50-meter dragons are really rare. The rest are smaller. I was going on roughly, what average height. Gee, I can do that. Ooh, that's cool. I can do that. And that. Thank you, Jack Ray. Gifting memberships. Alfred B228. If there are no limitations on cruisers in the interwar, what does the development look like? How fast does gun size escalate, and do 6-inch light cruisers become a thing, or would they be considered too small? 6-inch light cruisers probably do become a thing, because 6-inch guns are fast and very good for doing a lot of jobs. But I have a reason, I reckon myself. There will be limitations on cruisers in that they won't be able to... The gun limitations will remain. There will be some limitations. But if there's no size limitations... And let's say the gun limitations are sent to a more sensible thing like... Are not allowed 10-inch guns or something like that. They're not allowed anything above the 9.5 inches or something like that. I could see ships quickly getting to 9.2 inches. Aircraft are limited to 8-inch guns. If there's no size them, they're able to build them as, up to a certain number of 12, far more in weight, i.e. 16,000 tons. I could see you ending up with something with just 12 or 15 8-inch guns. you'd still have the light cruisers. But they'd probably be small, faster cruisers, so they'd probably be about 8 to 9,000 tons. 9 6-inch guns, a lot of torpedoes, basically large destroyers. Melanie dodged again. How do Grom Avenger, Aki B7A, Grace, and Fairy Spearfish compare to each other? How do they compare to each other? That's an interesting question. Basically, you can see the doctrinal developments in their forces and how that affects them. Also, you can see the Royal Navy's obsession with making holes in holes in a ship to make it let water in. As Knight Cigar, when you asked how quickly would the 1,260 horsepower Merlin 30 Barracuda Mark 1 be abandoned by the Marine for the 1,640 Merlin 32 Barracuda Mark 2 and Mark 3, and a 2,020 horsepower Griffin 37 Barracuda Mark 5 if war delays till 1942. I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Navy skips one or two of those developments, but probably you would have... Honestly, you would probably have the 1,640 horsepower Merlin 32 would be the initial one, would be the Mark 2, would be the Mark 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Griffin does come out. And remember, the Royal Navy are the ones who ordered the Griffin. They ordered the Sabre and the Griffin. They ordered the 2,000 horsepower engines because they're the ones who need them. It might well be that by 1942 they have everything on 2,000 horsepower engines. I think they did have some jet aircraft which were designed to drop torpedoes, but I don't think torpedo bombers ever seriously. I think the closest you've got is the Comet, which became the Nimrod. I'm not sure even that properly counts. Cultural is thanks Jack Ray for membership with Beef Wellingtons. I have a feeling that the Hoover administration might cancel might never have the Washington Naval Treaty. If by some hand wavium the IJA is able to produce HAR munitions in mid-late war at scale, do they still make heavy use of kamikaze tactics? Possibly not. Possibly they shut down the radars first and then they attack. That's probably what they're going to do. Now, this book is suitably old. Very old. It was next edition is number 2 Super Destroyers, edited by Anthony Preston, which I think I do have somewhere, and I think was given to me by Andrew Lambert. Remember correctly. This was originally published in 1978. And it has them all in here. And it has them all in detail. Tiger's appearance changes. The Flinger class are in here. Hindenburg. Whenever I talk about moccasins and their details and all the Desert Yorks, this is where I consult. Or rather, the pictures I have, this is where I've been consulting until I found my copy. They even have some stuff from the last German designs. You have the British ones. Then you have Hood. And it's really quite a cool series. The three cancelled ships would have differed in important ways and would have formed a separate class. Trials in Chatham Float had shown that if a mine exploded under a magazine, it was preferable to have the latter below the shell room, as the water would flood in more quickly and have a better chance of preventing a magazine explosion. And as the lower position gave less chance of a shell reaching the magazine, it was decided in August 1918 to exchange the magazine and shell room locations in the three suspended ships. This involved reducing the outfit of 110 rounds per gun in A and B to 100 in X and Y, while the hull would have been filled out to accommodate Y's handling room with a slight loss in speed. The turret crowns had been 6 inches, as intended for Hood, but the 5-inch plates had been rolled and the armour altered in other ways. But it is clear now that the further tinkering with Hood design would not have produced a satisfactory ship. Hood was blown up in 24th May 1941 by the Bismarck. The reason I started off was because I wanted to read his conclusion section. Returning to the Battlecruisers' heyday in 1914-18 war, there is no doubt that German vessels were better fighting ships due to their weight savings in hull and machinery, but also because the propellant charges for their guns did not explode if an ammunition fire occurred. The main defect shown in action was flooding forward, which ultimately led to the loss of Lutzow and the near loss of Seydlitz, though the former would have kept afloat if her watertight integrity had been of the usual German standard, and the latter's condition would have been far better if she had kept to a reasonable speed during the night of the 31st of May, 1st of June 1916. Amidships, German underwater protection was very good for the period and far better than any completed British battlecruisers. The faults of even the better protected British battlecruisers were well displayed by the damage to Lion at Dogger Bank battle, but still worse defect was the extreme violence with which their propellant charges ignited in the event of fire in turret or barbette. This was well shown in Lion at Jutland and was responsible for the loss of Queen Mary, Invincible and in all probability indefatigable. The British charges with 16-ounce fine-grain black powder igniter on every heavy gun quarter charge needed very complete flash precautions, and not fitted till after Jutland to be safe in action, while the German charges with an igniter well protected by the brass case of the main charge, and a forward charge with no igniter, would not blow up the ship even in the case of a fire like that in the Seydlitz and Dogger Bank. German flash precautions were sketchy, as is well known in all Battlecruiser 11-inch and 12-inch turrets, where the carriage hoist entered the gun house near the cradle trunnions, and the charges slid down open slides into the loading trays. Other faults in British battlecruisers were the poor performance of their APC shells. Okay. Largely due to the use of lyddite as a burster and their indifferent and at times downright bad shooting. If they had shot as well as the battleships Bar and Valiant and Duke did at Jutland, and had been reasonably good APC shells, and flash precautions matched the British charges, a much fairer comparison of the actual ship design's behaviour in action could be made, but none of this would have changed the failure of Lion's protection against 11-inch and 12-inch shells at Dogger Bank. It's an interesting book to read. It is an interesting text. And please note, that is Battlecruisers, 2 words. 19. Would it have made sense for the British to use a ground slam or cookie bomber for a first nuclear bomb and an Avro Lincoln that carried a nuclear bomb, given that is what was available? Probably, because that, as you say, is what was available, so the British will use what's available. Jack Ray is quickly using up every single one of the emojis I have. There are more to come. They're actually more loaded up, but I'm just not sure if I have enough members to achieve them yet. Or if I need to go and press act to activate them. It's been so long since I've had to make sure they were working, I haven't checked. Blackman Maximus, any book recommendations for wooden sailboat shipbuilding for the age of sail, Nelson Monera? Yes. Yes, Blackburn Maximus. There is a recommendation. Can I reach it? That's the question. Okay. So, to get to it, because I haven't been doing much on wooden shipbuilding recently, so my wooden shipbuilding books are all quite high up in the office. Yay! Oh, wee. There you go. Blackburn Maximus, that one should help you. It's pretty good. It's James Dodds and James Moore's building a wooden fighting ship. I'll put it back later. Have I reached celebrated reaching 10,000 subs now? Not yet. There is going to be a celebration at some point, but I haven't worked out what the celebration is going to be. That's my thing. I have to work out what the celebration is going to be. Oh. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought most warships had the shell rooms lowered than the powder rooms. It's an interesting scenario to work out, but it does depend on the ship design. Now, Mark Harkness, it is said that had Teddy Roosevelt not gone on his Amazon trip, he could have lived another 10 years. For his death was considered, he was considered a contender of 1920. How does a Teddy Roosevelt 1920 presidents change the landscape? I doubt you get the naval treaty system. Or let's put it this way: if you do get a naval treaty system, it's going to be treaties set at a far more sensible level. So he would be keen on naval treaties, but it'd be a very different. It would be a very different system. You must remember he was a. It's going to sound strange. A modernizing conservative, a progressive for his period. Some of those views, compared to what we would consider progressive today, are not at all progressive. But for their time period, they were very progressive. And he has a lot of interesting ideas. It'd be interesting to see what economical impact he would have as well. Let's 9681. Why did the Royal Australian Air Force reject the Boeing B-17E Flying Fortress? I think it was aircrew numbers, and it was maintenance requirements, and basically all the scenarios they needed. What do they need it for to do? Jack Wright. My friend, I heard that if your YouTube account is not linked to your Google account, you can't get gifts. Ah. Thank you for the 20 memberships, Jack Wright. I think some Piche Cadeau, thank you, has got a membership. So, why on earth were you standing on a swivel chair? I don't have a ladder in here, and I've got a whole load of stuff on the floor down there which I need to sort out. I've got a whole load of electronics equipment has been dropped off in my office by my sister to sort out which is going in store and which is going in the bin. I think it's all probably going in the bin, but it's been dropped off with me to figure it out, so I will figure it out. So I had to lean over it, and I couldn't step up on it, so I leant over from this side. Okay, Cameron, what's the UK Shackleton Maritime Patrol aircraft the last Lancaster derivative still in use, or was another country flying something when it was retired? I think the Shackleton was the last Lancaster aircraft variant still in use. I don't think the UK were the last to retire it, though. I think others were still using it for a while after it retired in the UK. Now, if the Iron had not decided to scrap ships after, got rid of after World War I, Squid did, how would you go about disposing of them in a way that would make the industry making the industry sustainable? Well, you replace what you dispose, or you replace at a certain percentage of disposal. Disposal is scrapping. Scrapping never helps maintain industry. It keeps scrapyards going. It doesn't keep anyone else going. Honestly, Night Superman, again, you're asking me a very, very involved, very accurate requiring aircraft assessment. And whilst I can say what I can say from memory, that's not going to be as accurate as if I researched it, or if you ask someone who's an air power specialist. And I always tell you that there is a very good one on Twitter who does answer questions occasionally, but i.e. Victoria Taylor. But there's also she has a fair number of people who follow her and in her group who are very good air power historians. Yeah, I added in an R, didn't I? Title should now be correct. None I have in easy reach of wooden ships in boats of World War II. There's a few good books about motor torpedo boats, though, and they are it, of course. Right, so, next book. Roman Special Forces. Okay, so this is my friend's book. This is Simon Elliott's book. You know he's one of my friends. I've talked about him enough time. He and I have done so many TV programs together, it's disturbing. You know, it's basically on our Saul's case of, so you booked me. How you booked Simon? You have? Oh, good, we'll have lunch. And they're going, we're only booking you for half a day. No, I'll be getting there for lunch. Me and Simon need to chat. Okay, fine. So, I think I'm going to get the Speculatores and Exploratores. Chapter 4 is what I'm going to go for you all. Mainly because he has fun with the whole thing of what are Special Forces and what do Special Forces do for several chapters. And dearly loves winding some people up. You can tell he's winding some people up because of the pictures he picks and what he picks below, put above each other and below each other. Now, having considered state-level intelligence gathering in Chapter 3, I now move on to examine how the Romans in both Republic and Empire gathered military intelligence, as both a strategic and tactical level. This naturally leads to analysis of how such intelligence was used in special operations, and the bespoke forces that carried them out. It is in this context we now get to examine in detail the first two credible candidates we might consider special forces, the Speculators and the Explorators. The Speculators were initially the scouting and reconnaissance specialists in late Republican and early Principate legions, whose role over time expanded, first to cover troops engaged in covert operations at the tactical level, and then later various types of legionnaires or military personnel tasked with an exceptional role. Austin and Rankloff, 1995, page 9. Meanwhile, the Explorators initially worked alongside the Speculators, it being difficult to separate their activities early on. However, they evolved to become the strategic eyes and ears of the Roman military, offensively in support of major campaigns and later defensively across the Empire's widespread frontiers as imperial expansion turned to consolidation. They specialised in long-range covert operations, somewhat akin to the British LRDG detailed in Chapter 1. That's the long-range desert group. Operating deep in the enemy interior in support of advancing legionary spearheads when on campaigns, or helping mitigate the intense migratory pressures later experienced by the Empire along its extensive borders. Today we would call the role they performed deep reconnaissance strike, and this is where we begin to see a true differentiator between Explorators and Speculators. The former operating at a more strategic level, with the ability to engage in offensive operations more effectively. It is with the Explorators that we get some of our best insight into Roman special operations. For use of specific examples, for example, in the Marcomannic Wars of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus in the late 2nd century AD, and Julian's campaigns against the Alemanni in AD 350, Elliot 2020's page 225. However, I first begin the chapter with a brief review of military intelligence in their own world to provide context for what follows. Notes that some consider roles of the Speculators and Explorators to be interchangeable throughout their existence, and not just early in their use, or even to be the reverse of how I present them here. However, what you read here is my own interpretation based on a detailed examination of the hard data. Specifically, I've tried to set in place a structure to aid understanding of what is often confusing use of nomenclature by both contemporary and modern commentators. Finally, also note that the activities of the Speculators and Explorators in the latter empire are considered in Chapter 6, when the use of such names becomes even more problematic. This at a time when other Roman Special Forces candidates begin to appear. It's a very, very cool book. It is. It's a very cool book. Take care, John Shea. Sorry. I swear something just flew in my ear. Enjoy dinner, McDavid. How goes it? It does look shiny. Okay. Listen, who has to worry more, Italy or Japan, if Australia has 2 counties, 6 towns, and 6 crown colonies, and New Zealand has 2 counties, 2 leanders, and India has 6 crown colonies? Honestly, with that many cruisers, probably both. Probably both. I love that the Q&A is maintained the whole way through, but the chat keeps losing the chat. Oh, I can go back as far as 808. Hi, Glenn. You would have liked several of the books we've been over today so far, Glenn. I'm waiting for 9681 to put in his final part of his question before I read it out. Excellent. So why couldn't they recover the mass of gold that was conveniently lost in the Carthaginian Wars? Many, many reasons. Mostly because a large chunk of it was probably still in Roman hands. Hyphens are great for kebab case naming and programming. Hyphens are fun in all sorts of scenarios. Do you know I have had to open one of my emergency bottles of Iron Brew because the cans didn't arrive. I know I've said this already, but I feel it's worth noting again. I've had to open emergency Iron Brew. This, in a month where a new car has arrived. Yay, I've got a new car. But car insurance has gone, what? So, that's fun. And I have a tax bill. And I both like the fact that I have a tax bill because I don't mind. I don't mind. You have to pay something to support the country. And the fact that I'm doing enough to get tax means I am actually working, which is good. But the tax bill always comes in July, which for me is just after a trip to Australia. And also when what I call primo university muck about with pay time. So, theoretically, everything is going to be okay. But theoretically, that's depending on the university paychecks arriving before the tax bills are due. And all that's depend on me still getting a good supply of Iron Brew. There are Iron Brew candies. I've got a V40. Let me find a picture of it. If I go into WhatsApp, I should be able to find a picture I sent the ship shape. I'm still deciding on its name. Add image. Where's the image file? There you go. There's the new car. So, yes. It's a green V40. Old style estate. It's costing me the best part of $2,000. It's going to cost me another $1,000 in service because it's got to go in for its service, and that's part of the reason why actually. And I've got why I got it for the money I did, and it's got to go have some work done on it. So that's probably going to add on more, and it's got to be insured and road tax and everything. But yeah, those are my new wheels. I'm very happy with it. I am typical half Scottish, half Cornish in that I'm both happy with it and distressed by the fact I'm having to pay amount of money on it. Once I have paid the money, I will love it undoubtedly. The paying of the money part is distressing me. The paying of the money part is basically last week, and I'm probably sound very money focused at the moment, but it's the last week was spent dealing with lots of money going out and not much money coming in. Because of the nature of the beast that is dealing with the Imperial War Museum. And they are expensive. I can be the family chauffeur again. After this has gone in for its, after it's been road taxed and insured, I'm basically waiting a weekend to do that. How many miles? 77,000 miles on the clock. No, it's not going to be called indestructible. I am deciding between. Well, I've got two potential names for it. The tradition is Volvos for me are named after battleships, but I don't name them till after they've gone for their first service because if I name before that point, then they might potentially. Potentially, in touch wood, there won't be issues. Potentially, there will be issues. This one is, I'm deciding between been calling her Warspite or Valiant. No, she's not orange, so she can't be the Brewmobile. Anyway, 631. All your questions are there. In World War, the IJN and USN get treaties they were planning to prior to the treaty. At what point do the Japanese Americans realize the 14-inch ships are a liability? As the end of the 20s is when the RN's 13.5-inch ships are a liability. Probably about the same point. Once you're in a world where everyone's got bigger than 14-inch bigger than 14-inch guns, other than you're in trouble. When you're dealing with the Royal Navy, which has got 18-inch guns, 16.5-inch guns, or 16-inch guns potentially, but probably 16.5-inch guns, and 15-inch guns, you have an issue. Because they no longer have the 13.5-inch guns. Well, the steering is kind of, thoughtful. No, $2,000 for a car. I can show you should have bed sheets. Don't say things like that to me. I've told you again about my genetic heritage. It's not good. It's one of those things I can never understand about me. I can spend money on books and I don't even flinch. You put the books in Australia in front of me and I will spend the money and yep, done. You tell me I have to spend on something I actually use every day, going A to B and doing other things and driving around, and using it for my day-to-day life and to do my research trips, etc. And I'm actually, I was literally, when I paid the money, I was literally having the shakes because it was so much money and I was worrying about it. And yet, ask me to drop 60 quid on a books and I will do it without even a blink in there. A blink. So I have more dollars of Lego than you do car. She's a good looking. She's a good looking little vehicle. I'm hoping she passes the MOT at the service. She's had an MOT. She's got a valid MOT. And I'm sorting out the road tax and extra of that. She's got a valid MOT, but she hasn't had her big service, and it is a big service this year. So that's going to be, yes. It's going to be interesting. Now, if the United States didn't react offensively to German declaration and focus on Japan, how does the war change? Well, you probably don't have Operation Torch, because that's made possible in many ways by the Americans providing extra personnel. So the British will probably continue driving from the other side of Africa across Africa, rather than invading French territory. So that's probably going to take longer. If you probably have the British stabilise the Mediterranean, and they might include taking of Sicily. With the resources provided, the British Empire forces could take Sicily. But you probably do not have a D-Day opening, a D-Day when you have a reinvasion of Europe. You might well have a concentration by the British, i.e. you might have, once you've sorted out the Mediterranean and dealt with the Italian Navy in sufficient way that they aren't a problem to stuff, and you can use the Mediterranean as a quick route through, you probably end up the British concentrating with the British Pacific, the Indian, the Eastern Fleet, and then once the British are concentrating there, defeated Japan, and then it defeated Germany. So basically turns the war around. Because the British have enough to be able to beat the Germans into a blockade scenario where they are blockading them and basically cutting them off from everything. But they don't have enough to, let's say, invade in 1944. The British could possibly build up and invade in 1945. No. At certain points, I would probably sleep on the floor. Dice isn't even a fair comparison. Goodness gracious me. I'm glad. I actually did one of the best cars I ever had. I bought for about £600. That was my first Subaru. I got for £650. And that was lovely. That car ran me for years. This car will hopefully run me for a while. Touch wood. I need it to run me at around at least 3 years. I do know that much. Okay. Well, rather appropriate question to begin with, because the next book we're doing is this, which is Battlecruisers. So, historians have been arguing for years, and this is the point I make. I usually say Battlecruisers, 2 words. Battlecruiser. But especially about the early vessels. But as you all know, some vessels are definitely Battlecruiser, 1 word, in that they are what they're designed for doing, and that's sort of the whole spectrum thing. Some historians decide that the easiest way to get an intermix is to hyphenate. So they make the point that it is 2 words, but it's a hyphenated word. So it's 2 words become 1. When to become 1. Anyway, couldn't resist. So this is Ronald Bassett's book, and if you haven't ever got this, well, I'm not surprised. It's a good book, but I think it was published in 1981, and I think all of about 500 copies were made. It seems to me, in that there are people I've talked to who are absolute specialists in the field, and I've gone, so have you read Ronald's book? And they go, Ronald who? Ronald Bassett's book. And I go, no. But it's worthwhile reading, because it's a really, really cool work. And it's got good plans in it. But the thing is, and this is the important thing really, it is, even more importantly, a well-written text. But, saying that, it does have some interesting points. Jackie Fisher had referred to the large light cruisers. This is talking about courageous, glorious, and furious. A contradiction in terms calculated to deceive the Treasury, which had already approved the construction of light cruisers, but would almost certainly oppose any suggestion of battlecruisers. When built, courageous, glorious, and furious would defy any sensible classification, and the Navy dubbed them outrageous, curious, and spurious. However, they were later officially listed as battlecruisers, and must so be described. All 3, of course, were figments of Fisher's dream of an amphibious operation in the Baltic. The Furious and all her breed, he claimed, were not built for salvos. They were built for Berlin, and that's why they drew so little water and were built so fragile. Indeed, their specifications called for a draft of 22 feet. 5 feet less than any ship of a comparable size to facilitate inshore operations, while their massive guns were built to make it impossible for the Germans to prevent the Russians from landing on the Pomeranian coast. In hulls larger than any battleships, but ready to crumble under the impact of only modest caliber projectiles, Courageous and Glorious would amount 4 15-inch guns, and Furious initially 2 18-inch guns, the heaviest afloat in the world. Speeds would not be less than 32 knots. If intended for shore bombardment, such large guns would have been more profitable mounted in monitors. The Dardanelles operation had demonstrated how severely large floating targets could be punished by shore batteries. However, a Baltic defensive had not been talked about since Fisher departed from the Admiralty, and had been allowed little credence before. It would have demanded far greater resources than the French or British could possibly provide, while Russia was already near to breaking point. Designed for a project that would never materialise, it was difficult to imagine a role in which the 3 new ships would be usefully employed. Nor was their relevance mitigated by their appearance. A single large funnel, precisely amidships, partnered by a lightweight superstructure and a mainmast, presented a profile that had none of the aggression of Tiger or the majesty of Renown or Repulse, in return for which a sailor can forgive many sins. The secondary armament of Courageous and Glorious 18 4-inch guns were disposed in the triple mountings, which were to prove unsuccessful. But this is a retrospective criticism. Furious, completed later than sisters, mounted 10 single 5.5-inch guns. Her 2 18-inch guns, reduced to 1 before she was commissioned, each weighed 150 tons and fired a projectile of 3,600 pounds. But the rate of fire was so slow and the range finding of the 2 guns, however, so difficult that the chances of ever hitting at long range must have been almost non-existent. In 1918, 2 spare 18-inch guns were fitted to monitors Lord Clive and General Wolfe, but the war ended before any real assessment could be made of their effectiveness. Courageous and Glorious were commissioned in October 1916, but were not regarded as completed until January 1917, when both were temporarily assigned to the 3rd Light Cruiser Squadron, with Glorious flying the flag of Vice Admiral Trevanion Napier. Furious, however, even before leaving her Tyneside dock, was undergoing sweeping modifications, and would soon become completely unrecognisable as a warship-type class. She was about to become the world's first true aircraft carrier. Juland had demonstrated a need for ships fast enough to keep up with the battle fleet and able to fly off and recover aircraft more efficiently than by hoist on procedure employed by vessels like Engadine. A lengthy takeoff deck was indicated, and to apply such an innovation to Furious, it was necessary to dispense with her forward 18-inch turret. The flight platform, laid between superstructure and bows, was 160 feet long and had a hangar accommodation with 10 aircraft below it. The aft 18-inch turret was left in situ. This ugly hybrid carried out her trials during June, July and August 1917. Taking off presented few problems, and the first successful landing was made by squadron leader E.H. Dunning in a Sopwith Pup on the 3rd of August, with Furious streaming into the wind. Dunning approached from astern, jockeyed around the superstructure and sat the aircraft down on the flight platform as he switched off the ignition. There was no arrestor gear yet, so waiting deck personnel grappled with the plane while it was still several feet off the planks and dragged it to a halt. Such a haphazard procedure could hardly be considered satisfactory, so Dunning instructed that for his second attempt his machine should not be handled until it had touched down. This time, however, a tyre burst as he landed. The light plane spun in the wind, and before it could be halted, plunged over the side as Furious ploughed on. Dunning was drowned. It was at this stage of semi-development that Furious, never a credible battlecruiser, nor yet a successful aircraft carrier, joined Courageous and Glorious in the North Sea, the odd trio constituting the 1st Cruiser Squadron. On only one occasion were they to be aggressively deployed in company, on 17th October, when they were ordered with their other units to intercept enemy raiders that had attacked a convoy of Scandinavian ships off the coast of Norway. The interception attempt was initiated too late to achieve anything. The convoy lost 9 merchant ships and 2 escorting destroyers, and Furious, whose participation with one 18-inch gun mounted aft was of doubtful relevance, was immediately returned to her builders for further modification. This entailed the removal of her remaining big gun and the substitution of an afterflight deck of 300 feet, a second hangar, and lifts fore and aft. Now she was an aircraft carrier, pure and simple, to be subjected to further reconstruction between the wars, and serve with distinction during the Second World War. She would survive to be broken up at Dalma and Troon in 1948. Such a polite tone. Really good book. Right then. Did-did-dee. Yeah. Oh, good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Right, just responding to an email from my TV agent. It's always nice to say that, but yeah, passport levels. Worrying because I have a shoot on Friday with. Well, I've never done work with them before, but I've heard they're very good. It's gonna be. I think that I'm not. It's for a US channel. I think it's for a US channel. Anyway, but it's not one I've worked with before. But they messaged me and they seemed very nice, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, they're sending me messages and checking in on me. Well, it's nice when they do that. It's nice when people care. But no, yesterday, Friday's dealing with car arrival was why I didn't do a Twitch stream on Friday. And this Friday's probably going to be, because I'm going to be recording a TV program, is why there won't be a Twitch stream again on this Friday. Now, by my most, if for August patron suggestions, ask about what would you do if in charge of the RM from 1921 to 1945. Do you have enough Iron Brew for the videos? I might need to open up another of my reserve bottles. Steve Clarke, question 1. If in a world where the RNs decided to cheat, all ships were built fitted for, not with, ballast tanks to improve stability, what design changes would we have seen? Well, let's put it this way. You could have gone for a free turret, space of 4 turrets, but we're only fitting 3 turrets, county class cruiser with 9 8-inch guns to begin with, but could take 12, as well as 4-inch guns, a 4-inch armor upgrade, or maybe more. You could have done. I'd say one of the more interesting things would be if you fitted. Would you go 4-shaft? You could on that something to go 4-shaft approach for Nelson and Rodney. And you could have them fitted for. You could have it so you could add on armor and add in boilers quickly. So you have everything set up so you could add in boilers and and those things. It may be interesting. You could do all sorts of things if you really did push it. That's a nice 681. Why did the Soviet, Italian, Germans use mixed secondary batteries when others were going for dual purpose? Perfection. Engineering perfection. And because dual purpose represents compromise. And one of the things I've had an experience when I've ever worked with organizations which have a dictatorial approach to things, a dictatorial, not even authoritarian, a dictatorial approach to things, they tend to not like compromise, so they want the best. Whereas if you consider if you're using a 5.25 or a 4.5 or a 5-inch secondary, it's a compromise. It's not going to be as good in one of the roles as your perfect. Sorry. Let's put it this way. If you have to pick between a 5-inch gun or a 6-inch gun for AA, the 6-inch gun is for AA. The 5-inch gun is probably better. But if you're picking it for anti-ship, anti-surface, the 6-inch gun is probably better. It's probably got range. The rate of fire is not a differential. Is not enough to really give the 5-inch an advantage, and against the 6-inch's range and penetration capabilities. However, if you want to do AA versus the 4-inch gun versus the 5-inch, the 4-inch is probably better because of the rate of fire. So the 5-inch is a compromise. And dictatorships don't do compromises that well. They don't do them well at all. Did you know about the 2016 Loom Books edition of Bassett's books? No, I didn't actually. I'd heard there had been some reprints of his books, but I didn't. No, they'd done the whole series. Right, it's. Let me just check the thing schedule. Whether it's not a book yet. Yeah, it's this. It's this one. It's Renown. It's just Renown. I think I've done this book a couple of weeks in a row now. But it is a good book, and it's worthwhile doing it because it has lots of cool pictures in it. This is Renown in the Mediterranean 1941, at the top there. At the bottom, this is at her Halford in Iceland in 1942. She looks good. When Force K reached the Cape, they did not continue eastward, but carried on a patrol between the Cape and latitude 38 degrees south to 40 degrees south. Weather conditions were unfavourable, as the usually westerly winds were experienced there, bringing bad visibility to heavy seas, which prevented Ark Royal from flying off aircraft. After some days of this patrol, we turned north again, making for Cape Town. The day before we arrived, a report came that a German liner, Watusi, of just less than 10,000 tons, on encountering coastal reconnaissance planes from the Cape, had scuttled and set fire to herself. We approached her, and long before she was in sight, the thick pool of smoke was plainly visible. I think I've read that section before, so let's move to a different section for you all. Meanwhile, the Renown carried on with duties assigned to her, and spent the 8th and 9th meeting the convoys, which were about 100 miles apart, 2 plodding up from Freetown and 1 from the West Indies. This slow shepherding was of no liking to the crew of Renown, who were used to more rapid motion about their business, as Bill Kenley has special memories of. This proved to be one of the most uncomfortable trips. Imagine conditions in the engine room and boiler rooms, having to ghost along in the middle of a convoy, doing a maximum speed of 8 knots. We had one boiler in each unit shut down, but at the ready, in order to be able to increase the force draft and keep a higher fuel pressure on the boiler in use. In the tropics at these speeds, we practically melted. Here the practice of dawn and dusk action stations proved a boon, as when we connected up all the boilers and did a long fast run around the convoy and cooled the ship down. On the 10th, shortly after church, a report was received of an enemy ship 200 miles away, and Renown at once turned to chase and quickly worked up to 26 knots. She passed through the convoy at high speed, but 10 minutes later the report was cancelled and they returned to their charges. At 1600 hours, Renown left the convoys and returned to Gibraltar, arriving there in the afternoon on the 12th to find Ark, Sheffield and the 8th Flotilla, which had themselves just returned from the Mediterranean after Operation Coat. This had been passing through to Admiral Cunningham of the Barham, Berwick, Glasgow, and destroyers Gallant, Griffin, and Greyhound as reinforcements. An Ark had to go and had another go at Elmas Airfield with her aircraft in Operation Crack. The next in the series of operations Force H was to undertake was Operation White, the object of which was to pass further reinforcements of Hurricane airfighters into Malta from the deck of the ancient carrier Argus. Not that ancient, she's 20 years old. These 12 aircraft were to be flown off into 2 flights, each being guided by a skewer from the fleet. Argus actually arrived at Gibraltar escorted by the 6-inch cruiser Dispatch on the 14th of November, and these ships, together with Force H, Renown, Ark Royal, and Sheffield, Faulkner, Fortune, Forrester, Firedrake, Foxhound, Duncan, and Wishart, sailed next morning at 0400 hours to carry out the operation, the old Argus restricting the speed of the fleet by 20 knots. The tragedy resulted for Operation White was not a success. Although the flying off opposition had been calculated to enable the Hurricanes to make their landfall without difficulty, strong headwinds made nonsense of the plans, and of the first flight, 2 had to ditch about 30 miles from Malta when they ran out of fuel, having flown off Argus at 06:15 on the 17th. On the second flight, which was flown off at 07:15 the same day, none reached their destination. It was a cruel blow and bad error of judgment not to allow some greater margin for pilots inexperienced to long overwater flights. The force returned to Gibraltar in sombre mood on the 19th. They were not given long to brood, however, on this failure, for the third of the operations plan now had to be prepared. During the earlier passage of the Barham and her consorts, Cunningham had launched a torpedo bomber attack against Taranto, and had severely damaged 3 of the Italian battleships there. But 3 others remained, and for next Operation Collar, Somerville had to plan on the possible intervention of these ships, plus the numerous cruiser squadrons and destroyer flotillas the enemy had on hand, together with his vast submarine fleet and enormous numbers of high-altitude and torpedo bombers, which the Regia Aeronautica could, in theory, deploy against him. Luckily, at this stage of the war, the Italians had no worthwhile dive bombers, and the German Stukas, although under orders to move to the Mediterranean, had not yet arrived. Nevertheless, it was daunting prospect that faced Renown and her crew towards the end of November, but another of the greatest achievements lay ahead of her in the central basin of Mare Nostrum. As the Italian, as dictator Mussolini liked to call it. Stay. No, sure, let's be honest, if you're mentioning it has a Kindle edition, I've heard. I'm glad to hear it. That's right, if the Italians found themselves facing late war Seafire and Seafang, Sea Furies, Firefly, Firebrand and Sea Hornet, Strike Planes and Barracuda and Spearfish, how quickly would Italy lose? Depends when they're fighting it, but if it's turning up at any point if they're turning up any point before the Italians fall out of the World War II and switch sides, then there's not really any aircraft which can keep up with them in terms of the fighting ability, because those are definitely late war aircraft, and there's a lot of development of aircraft that goes on in World War II. Steve Clarke, question. In World War hang on. Nice around. How quickly would Nazi Germany and Italy be on the back foot if they started a war in Europe after an Anglo-American alliance had clobbered Japan? There is a part of me. You must remember, Mussolini did differ about whether or not to join World War II, and he did wait. I have a feeling that under such a circumstance, seeing an alliance of America, which would honestly be probably America, Britain, France, etc., already functioning, and having just fought a war together, if Germany decides to do something which that alliance has issued a rule, saying a group together saying, do not invade X, Y, or Z, i.e. do not invade Poland or something like that, and Germany invaded Poland, I have a feeling that Italy would not support them. You'd also be dealing with a very different scenario, because post that war you have to think the French would have sorted out their radios for their army. So they wouldn't have that problem. it would have shaken loose a lot of the mental muscle. And you're fighting a far more prepared forces that have also had to battle test their weaponry and their systems and operations and plans. So there's a differential going on there. There is a big differential. Can barely see things on the page when you hold the book up. Could you maybe give it a couple of moments for the camera to adjust so we can try to make it out what is on the page? I can do. I'm also considering getting a book camera at some point. I did try and use this. I did some videos where I tried to use this as a book camera because it's my old webcam. But it doesn't really work that well as a book camera. So the idea would be I would have it pointed down so I could put the book open in front of you and have it show you that way, but it doesn't really work that well. But there is actually, believe it or not, a specialist book camera. And that's one of the reasons why I'm still sorting things out in terms of cameras. I have a fund, I have money set aside for a camera fund to set up the space. And again, it's something which I'm planning on doing, especially now I'm back. But it's also something I'm planning on working on, and it's a function for if we move or if we stay. If we move, and I think I'm more and more of the view that we do need to move, because I'll be hoping to move out in the next 2 to 3 years anyway. That's based on that's based on my not getting a permanent job with any university and just building all my other random streams of income up, and then wanting to get into my own place so I have space for my books and everything. But it's a case of, I think as a family, I think it's probably better we do move as a family, and we move to somewhere where I can have my own front door and support and sort of my own space, and still be there, still be close enough to assist when things go wrong. And we need to basically to get mum and to an extent Karen, my sister, as well, to places where they can be healthier. Because their asthma is really affected by... Both their asthmas are the type of asthmas which are really affected by car fumes and basically the joys of living close to London. And we live not only close to London, not only close to London, we live right under something called the Epsom Stack, where all the aircraft get together to go into Heathrow, and it's just terrible for both of them. And we have done for many years, but it's got worse. So yeah, it's a case of when we move, I'm hoping to set up a far bigger, far better space as an office space, and A, have more bookshelf space, and B, have a designated place where I can stick books for you to see them. Hello, Nook. Hi, Sean Mac. Right. Also, scrapping Tiger probably reduced logistics costs, so they viewed that it could probably get a few small ships in the interim. Basically, the main logistics issue for Tiger, if you're paying to upgrade it, is the 13.5-inch guns. If you change them to 14-inch, you're fine, because you're getting it for the King George Vs. So you've got question 2. In a world where there was no bomber mafia, requests on the RN more carefully considered. What improvements in aircraft would the RN gain in interwar era? Probably would have had a dive bomber earlier. That's probably the thing. Is the main casualty from the bomber mafia's perspective was they're basically upset at their deriding of anything which wasn't strategic bombing, and that affected air support for the army as well as the navy. So that dive bombing is basically the thing you probably have earlier. Probably have a dive bomber capability. That's right. In the Jutland Shell alternative history you did, if the Admiral class became fast battleships with 8 15-inch guns, doesn't that mean the 18-inch gun N3 being as fast as something like Nagato, and the 16-inch gun G3 being a fast battleship? Potentially. If they do. And I don't think I did call them fast battleships. I think they said they are battle cruisers. Because that's what they're designed as, and that's what their hull structuring is. If, say, Nelson and Rodney had been built with 2 quad 16-inch turrets like Rickley, what kind of speed could they have reached with the space and weight savings for additional engines, boiler shaft? Okay, look, in the nicest... This is going to sound strange, but actually that makes your life more difficult. So if you want to go for a quad, you're going to have to make the ship even beamier, especially if you've got the same amount of armor you want to put on. And you're then going to have to position it. It's also not going to need to be as long because the turret space doesn't take up as much time lengthwise. So remember, the whole thing is length to beam ratio. So you want to make your ship faster, you need to make it longer. And if the Nelson Rodney had been longer and had even just the third shaft and system, which you could have probably done on the weight they save, because remember, they are not built to the maximum. They're built to 33,500 tons, and out of the 35,000 ton maximum, so they have 1,500 extra tons they could have used in standard displacement. And again, the British are using water as armor and all sorts of things, so they are cheating. They are not cheating. They are applying the letter, if not the spirit of the law, very, very, very strictly. If they had continued on that, they could have probably all got that in well under the 35,000, under 35,000 ton standard, and they could have made them faster. Seems like you said that a monofocused navy is easier to deal with. That what would a minimum effort need to be for Germany to have a credible service fleet to go with a massive U-boat arm? They would have needed to invest in some sort of Panzer Chief, some surface radar, large surface raiders, basically long-range, fast surface raiders, almost either Scharnhorst or types below. Basically, if you could keep churning out Scharnhorst 11-inch gun formations. So they're big enough, powerful enough that you don't want your crews to tangle them, but you can send them out in pairs, then that's the problem for the Royal Navy to deal with. The difference between Seafang and Seafire, if I remember correctly, it's different types of Spitfire. Yeah, it was based on the Spiteful, which was the development of the Spitfire. So the Seafang is the naval version of the Spiteful, which was the enhanced version of the Spitfire. And basically, yeah. And the Seafang, and they're all sort of developed into, basically, it ends up being developed into eventually the submarine attacker. Right. So, today's last book is John Roberts' Battlecruisers. Okay? Now, normally I would start off by reading this to you, but there is something you want to see from the back first. And I might have to stand up to really get this out properly. Now, this beautiful thing is HMS Queen Mary of 1913. Yeah. That looks cool, doesn't it? Including sectionals the whole way through. Yeah, that was the right way around. I always worry when I'm folding these up that I'm keeping them within their folds. Can we ask Yard to build a few copies? I think you might need slightly more detailed plans than that to do so, but you can try. So yes, this is John Roberts' Battlecruisers. And what can I say about this book? It's everything you could ever want to know, really. If you combine it with the other ones I presented in this, especially the Warship Special, it provides an absolutely exceptional digest of battlecruiser construction. And pretty much provides you an example of where to go. This book was published in 1997. And normally, again, I'd be reading to you, but this is John Roberts. You know it's good reading. It's kind of like Norman Freeman. So what I'm going to do instead is show you the things that it has in there that you don't have pretty much anywhere else. Because John Roberts is famed for the quality of the drawings he includes in books. And this is some of the examples of those drawings. In general, this is typical of the 13.5 inch... Sorry. Bless you. 13.5 inch and 15 inch gun dreadnoughts are the period, but it has a distinctive small spotting top employed in the early 13.5 inch gunships, when the primary control position was shifted from the foretop to the armoured conning tower. Later ships were provided with full fire control installations on both the foretop and the conning tower, on the basis that the higher position, which had the advantage of a better view, but was impossible to fully protect, could be used until put out of action, control then being transferred to the lower armoured position. Note that the rectangular plates at the base of the funnel are weather covers to the forward boiler room air vents. These were of light steel and held in place by clips. They were not otherwise fixed and removed completely when the vents were in use. The opening immediately under the cover was provided with a grill. It's absolutely amazing. It's a really gorgeous book, and it's got some pictures in here which frankly are absolutely beautiful. Like this. By the way, this picture is owned by the Imperial War Museum, so if you want to use it for a book, it will not be cheap. But it's lovely. In fact, the sheer number of Imperial Museum books in here is highlighted by the fact that the author uses his own collection on quite a lot of occasions. fact, Author's Collection covers a rather large number of them. And there's full discussions of armor in here. This is a really, really good book. Cannot recommend this book any more than I can. Basically, there are like, well, I have all these books, but if I was going to buy one of them on the Battlecruisers, I'd probably buy Roberts if I wanted a technical detail, Bassett's if I wanted the story. So basically, if you want the story, you buy Bassett's book. If I move this to the other side of the room so you can see them. Move that to there. Yeah, if you want the story, the history, you get Bassett. If you want the technical detail, you go for Roberts. If you want the great Roman Special Forces, you go for Elliot. If you want cool individual books, then Peter Smith's Renown is basically the only one on Renown. There are many good ones on Hood. I quite like that one, but I have about 6 other different ones produced on Hood, so they're all fairly good. There's none I really wouldn't recommend if you wanted Hood specifically. And this book is just cool because it's basically full of sarcasm. Right. Hey, so now it's just Q&A time. Oh, what's the idiot doing? Sorry. What's my sister doing now? What was I going to say then? Never say anything other than, what is my sister going to do? I would never have used different words than that. Would never use different words than that. Let's see. Ah, yes. Do you give me 4472? Yes, you have left it. Sorry, just saw a question. I was thinking about that. Yes, Discord. Yes. I will message you details of when I'm passing through your area because I should be heading there soon. Ish. Yeah, you're right. She is rearranging the garden. I thought she was just checking the greenhouse. No, she's rearranging furniture. Excuse me a second, everyone. I have to go and stop myself getting a week of being told constantly, I don't know why my back is bad. Well, I know why. Because you're a person who's been specifically told by your doctor, because of medications you're on, you have brittle bones, so please don't lift things. And then you go and lift them. Because you're nuts. Put the chair down. Down. So, right, here is to explain why this happens quite so regularly. I'm going to give you a bit of an explanation. And this might or may not have something to, be a contributing factor to why I sincerely want my own front door between me and them, as much as I love my darling mother and sister. So they have decided that they need to move the chairs around in the garden, the benches around, because if you leave them in one spot too long, they might not wear evenly because of the differences of the ground levels and the way people sit in them. So if you move them round, you're going to spread the wear. Yes. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm sure there is it is probably actually a sensible idea. I'm just saying that of things I would actually worry about, a bench not wearing 100% the same as other benches is probably not high up on my list of things I would be worrying about too much. Oh, that's where my honey went. Before anyone thinks that's a weird thing I just said. And my Haribo golden bears. Ooh, they go in the fridge. They will live to make me feel vaguely sugar high another day. But no, I was hunting for this honey. That takes ages to stabilize in the light, doesn't it, focusing? But it is, believe it or not, honey. Wearing oneself out, yeah, yes, the logic does. My cousins do let my sister know about the comments. My mum finds it funny. My cousins have apparently a bingo card about it. Leave that to one side. It's interesting. I'm not even elder brother. I'm younger brother. Younger brother. Results angering gardening furniture. Oh. I don't know. I don't know who will keep my sister from himself. At least we didn't hear it in the nicest way. No, it didn't have to come up that way. It is very nice honey, and it's I think it's, what is it? Wiltshire honey. It's very nice. Trouble is, I'm having, how do I put this? It wasn't a Discord notification, was it? I think there was. Oh, Discord's decided to start notifying me of things. Why is Discord? Discord's woken up. Ah, Discord has woken up. Why are you woken up? Quit. Go away. Anyway, let's see. Trust me, the moment we move into, if we do move, if we decide we're not moving, the first thing it's going to do is some concrete feet for those particular chairs. If we decide we are moving, the first thing we do when we move into new place is going to be concrete feet for those chairs. Doesn't state the type of flower it's made from, but it is, I think, wild honey, wildflower honey. It's very nice. And you could buy it at Chalk Valley History Festival directly from producers. So, Come on, Cameron. If Count Chino had arranged an accident for El Duce in 38 and allies himself with the UK, given his views on Hitler, how quickly do the Kriegsmarine IGN become Scrack? Well, basically, in a nicest way, if you do not have a war in the Mediterranean, then the Royal Navy, you think about all the force which is deployed in the Mediterranean to deal with the Italians. You think of all the troops fighting in North Africa, etc. They won't have to be there. So yes, you end up with you probably still end up with the same war in the north, but you might actually France probably still does what France does. But hang on, if Italy allies with France, and there are Italian troops coming up from the south through France to help France, and maybe Italian troops going across the border with Austria, across the mountains, then Germany's possibly in a lot of trouble. Because Germany puts everything into attacking France, and if they have the Italians coming across the border, then they either have to withdraw to counter it, or they have to. There's all sorts of issues which come in that way if Italy allies. There's the very real problem that do you do the Norway campaign if you're Germany, if Italy's a potential enemy? If Italy's allied, do you want to risk sending those forces to northern Norway, to Norway and up through Denmark, or do you send those troops to your southern border? The whole of World War II could change very quickly. So there's that factor. And then as far as Japan's concerned, well, if the World War II in Europe is very different, and the Royal Navy doesn't have to commit the force it does to the Mediterranean, if you free up most of the Mediterranean force are free, and the Royal Navy doesn't have to commit them, they probably don't need that much more force to do what they were doing already in the North Atlantic, especially not if Norway hasn't fallen, because the Germans weren't able to commit troops to Norway because they were defending their southern border against the Italians. Then you probably have a scenario where you have quite a large fleet able to be present in the Indian Ocean. Maybe not fully over in the Far East. Maybe the British put them in the Indian Ocean, because then they can pull them back through the Mediterranean quickly, and they might even sit in the Western Indian Ocean. But the thing is, they'd be close enough they could react quite quickly to any Japanese threat, but they're far enough away the Japanese really can't threaten them. So there's the problem: is the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor, those vessels start rolling forward. They basically roll east, and they keep rolling. So there becomes a very big issue. What aircraft or ships that the RN had, as used in history, would you consider to be ones they might have been better off not getting? Better off not getting. Oh, good lord, better off not getting. Courageous, Glorious, and Furious would be up there for World War One. Hawkins class would also be up there for the same period. HMS Captain, probably just because of the low freeboard thing. Age of sail ships, it's very hard to say because they're all much of a muchness, so honestly you're not really doing anything random with them. I would prefer not to get the K-class submarines, I think. I prefer to avoid them. What else? from the Royal Navy's catalogue of issues. They do have some very interesting classes. As you know, I'm not the world's biggest fan of the Didos in their actual configuration, but I don't think they'd have been better off not getting them unless they replaced them with something which did the same role but was better designed. It's like certain other classes I'd like to play around with, but that doesn't mean I'm not getting them. Better off not getting. Better off not getting. See, it's a tall order to say you're better off not getting something, because having something is better than nothing. So, better off getting something better than is also a value-based judgment, because it's what do I think is better than that, and that's my view. And the trouble is, it's always always a compromise to an extent between what the Treasury is prepared to give you versus what you want. For example, I would prefer to get something better than Fearless and Intrepid. I prefer to get something better than Albion and Bulwark, and by better, I mean not delete the decks which were going to have the gym, the healthcare, and the hanger on for Albion and Bulwark, and the same with, to an extent, the same with Fearless and Intrepid. I prefer them to have hangers. So there's many scenarios where I'd prefer to have another one. Did the Norway campaign not happen before Italy ended the war? Yes, it did, but that's with Italy allied to Germany. They're prepared to send those forces. The question was if Italy is allied with the Allies. If they are friendly or allied with the Allies, then there's a very different scenario. Because if Italy's not your friend, you have to have forces to cover its border. If you can, but if you think about it. If Italy's your friend, you can afford to put all your troops up in the north to attack France, to attack Norway. All your troops are up there. If Italy's not your friend, can you afford to make that same decision? Atros Verdun, if the Bomb Mafia doesn't have its power, then what terrifying weapon does Barnes Wallace produce, both in his spare time and officially? I have no idea. You have no idea. That's a genius level mentality. Whatever he's going to do, he's going to work on something interesting. So anyway, was finishing Jean Bart a bad idea for France? And was Jean Bart the only battleship in service at some point? Yes, and I think so, yes. But they didn't have a good idea. That's the point. France didn't have a good idea. Sometimes you only have bad ideas as your option. You're going for the least bad one of your options, and finishing Jean Bart at least gives them a Jean Bart, which is at least the status of having the Jean Bart, which is useful. Not having anything is a bad situation to be in. Steve Clarke, question 4. We have discussed the Royal Navy having shadow yards in Commonwealth. What if the RN subcontracted more work to escort vessels to US yards in 1940? What changes? Would we have seen design turbines? Contracting to US is different than contracting to Commonwealth countries. And if they mainly because you have all the different, it's not just the fact that it's technically a foreign country which is not at war on your side, even though they are very supportive. It's also the fact, as was found out during World War II, that the American definition of some measurements was different than British definition, despite technically having the same nomenclature. So yeah, that was an issue. So yeah, you might have seen differences, but honestly, why? There is also the fact of the US yards you're planning on subcontracting to would probably not, possibly not been built yet in 1940, and also the British are contracting out escort vessels in 1938. and a lot of American yards that they were contracted with definitely don't exist in 1938. How about Maximus? What kind of books, research, and trips could you do for £1 million? With a million? Considering the way I can budget, I would probably, and I can work, I would probably invest that and use the income generated from it to provide infinite research trips. Because even if I'm just using, let's say it's generating 60 grand a year, and to keep it ahead of inflation, I am only taking half that, so 30 grand a year. The trip to Australia, I've got the stats for it. The trip to Australia, not including any money I spent on books, but just including the books or food, just including the money I spent on flights and hotels, and basically that's it. Flights, hotels, one particular ferry trip. Came in at £10,071. 23 pence to be precise. That includes the money I added in to make up my airline flights to economy premium rather than economy, and all sorts of things. So that's £10,000. So if I could do theoretically 3 of those trips a year on 30 grand, but honestly, I wouldn't be doing 3 of those trips a year. That's basically a once every couple of years kind of level of trip. Most trips, as you know, are roughly 2 grand, and you need time to do the research at home afterwards. So, yeah, the research trip would be research trip every 8 weeks, definitely, and a major one. So there'd probably be about 5 of the UK-based ones a year, which would be about 10 grand a year, and then 10 grand for another major research trip if I wanted to, or 5 grand if I want to do a smaller one, and yeah, the rest could be spent towards books and things. Be good. John South, RMS Olympic was 882 feet long and 93 feet wide and capable of 25 knots, and was still in service in 1955 and scrapped in 1957. What if they had brought her and earmarked her for auxiliary duty as a light carrier? She'd have been fun, but she'd have also required some engine work, and that's the reason that I think she's got rid of when she is, because of the engine work she requires to make it. Basically, she needs to be reboilered. In terms of books, into Blackburn Maximus, because I don't think I answered that one. Pretty much with that kind of budget, there is no limit to my ability to argue with particular archives and procure pictures, as well as doing a good hunt for other sources of those pictures. Blackburn Maximus, how powerful would a Corgi missile be in relation to a Terrier missile? The Corgi missile would be chunkier, but would be ultimately far more persistent and definitely more likely to use Paws of Fury. Cameron, is the new book on Ajax out yet? I'm doing a book. I'm currently doing 2 books at the moment. One is on a third Sea Lord, not Henderson. and one is on Flower class corvettes. I have 2 more books as well I'm working on. U-class submarines and Director of Naval Construction. And I've got 2 more after that, which are, well, technically 3 more after that, because one of those is probably going to be a book I'm going to try and get a proper publisher to publish so it comes out in a hard copy, because these 4 are the digital Kindle ones. And that one's on interwar, what the Battlecruisers got up in the treaty, it got up to in the treaty era, basically. 1920s and 30s, what Tiger, Renown, Repulse, and Hood got up to, and also that's pretty much what I can do in the UK with UK resources. If we get to Japan before this gets finished, then I might add in the Congos as well. And then after that, I have another class book and another 3rd Sea Lord book. But the thing is, currently at the moment, I haven't. I'm still trying to get the pictures for the Flower class book. So none of these books will be published, no matter how far along they are in writing, until I've got the pictures for them. Because I'm not publishing a book with no pictures. Because there's no way I can charge, or rather, no way I can ask for the money it is worthwhile it was for my time and effort put into it to get enough income back to fund the next books, and that I need to get to fund the next books, if I have no pictures in it, because you just can't charge the same level for a book with no pictures versus a book with pictures. And drawings. And I need to go get some of the drawings as well. So I'm looking at doing, I have to do another round trip at least, as I detailed in the earlier video this last week. I have to do another, in the Roosevelt video, and I think I discussed it as well in the live about the myths on Thursday, about the trip that goes to Newcastle, to Glasgow, and to the Wirral. I've got to do that trip again at least once before the Flower class comes out. So I've got a very expensive few months. Flower class will probably come out, I would love to say September, but I have a feeling it's more likely going to be November. Because of getting the pictures. And hopefully I manage to get enough money by the general work and support of YouTube and all those sort of things, as well as TV work and the university's paying me on time, that I can afford to do the constructor book as well. That's right. I think I may have asked before, how daft is the IJN operating 7 conventional 6 nuclear-powered JFK subclass Kitty Hawk warships? That would be a very expensive way to go bankrupt. Nice. Would 4 N3 and 4 G3 really have been seen after in face of the US building 6 Lexington and 6 1920 South Dakotas, and the IJN building 2 Tossers, 4 Amagi, 4 Key, and 4 number 3s? That wasn't the end of the building plan. You have to remember, the Americans and the Japanese are both talking about a building plan which is going on for the next decade. The British are telling you about their building plan for the next 5 years maximum. So that's one of the reasons why you don't know what's coming next. And the British probably would keep up another 4 G3 successors and then a 4 N3 successors, whatever they are. And that would probably be the pattern the British would have kept up. So the British would probably have built 16 ships in that time. The Americans might well have built 12 and started on another batch as well of 6, and the Japanese probably keep going on, but in nicest way. Their 244 is 14 over that period. Plus, look at the level the British are starting from. The British have the 10 Queen Elizabeth R's in service, and they have Hood, Renown, and Repulse in service. They're keeping in service, so they've got their baseline is 13. And if the others, again, expect also the British will adjust to adapt to what the others actually build. The British are not going to adjust to what they talk about building and build it, because the British will build it far more quickly than the others will. They will adjust to what they actually build. So the Americans actually build 6, great. But let's be honest, most Lexingtons would have a nasty time fighting a Renown, let alone a Hood or a G3. Because the Lexingtons weren't designed for that. The Lexingtons were Battlecruisers, 2 words. They were designed to hoover up cruisers and do the trade protection and do the cruiser hunting mission. That and the reconnaissance mission. They weren't designed to go hunting other battlecruisers or to go and be a member of a fast ship in the battle line, which is what the hunting other battlecruisers is what the British were designing theirs for, and the Japanese were designing them to be other ships in the battle line. Question 5. In the Allied Italy situation, do you think that the Italian shell quality control issue would have been picked up? Probably. At some point it'd be picked up. Would it have been dealt with is a different question. Renown, what would be your top 3 Nat 1s that you'd like to turn into Nat 6 20s? Probably start off with the 4.7-inch dual-purpose mount, turn into a proper dual-purpose mount by being able to go up to 85 degrees, or even 80 degrees, but 85 degrees would be enough. Oh, it would be brilliant. So it could do the AA roll. Anything else after that? As much as I do not decry the 16-inch on the Rodney and Nelson as much as others do, I wouldn't mind making them having made them go for the heavy rather than light shell, because that would have been useful. And B, probably tried to make them go for well, they're a 45 caliber gun. So I would love them to be a 48. So I'd like them to be a 48 and to be a heavy shell, at least, even if not a super heavy. And I think that would have made it a very interesting gun. I'd also like them to have an elevation of up to 45 degrees. They could get to 40 degrees or -3 in the Mark 1 mounting, which is pretty darn good. I'd like them to get up to 45, 50 degrees. Probably 45. If you can get to 48, then you can guarantee being able to fire in 45 quite happily. So 48 degrees would be probably enough, and -4, -5 degrees. That's going to change your turret design, though. Again, it's the things I would factor into the extra 1,500 tons, because that would be useful. That would be useful. You have to remember the Nelsons are 33,800 tons in standard. The limit is 35,000 tons, so you've got 1,200 tons. Those 1,200 tons, what would I do? Well, they have 8 free drum boilers to fire 2 shafts and 2 geared steam turbines. So my first thing would be to try and add in, well, you could either go for a 3rd boiler, a ninth boiler, and put it 3 boilers for 3 shafts and 3 geared steam turbines, in which case you get the extra shaft, the weight of the shaft, the geared turbine, and that. But you could also actually go for the full 12 boilers and 3 shafts. that would probably give you about, honestly, it's going to give you somewhere in the region of 66 to 68,000 shaft horsepower, probably. Which is probably going to allow you to get to 28 knots. 28 knots is fine. If you can do that, and you've got your 16-inch guns slightly better in terms of their length and their sort of range, and everything else is left the same, you've got a really, really cool ship. Because a Nelson class, which has just that better gun, can do really cool things. Sin Richards, how would an N-class destroyer do against a Fletcher class? They're fairly equivalent. They're fairly equivalent. The N-class are... Let's see. They're armed with 3 twin quick-firing 4.7-inch guns. So they have 6 of those. I'm trying to really, trying to make this as sort of defined as we can possibly make it. They had 5 5-inch guns. In single turrets, though. Six 4.7 and a 4-inch versus 5 5-inch. 1 quintuple 21-inch torpedo launcher, but the Fletchers carry a lot more than that, if I remember correctly. They carried 10 torpedoes in 2 quintuple mounts. Well, basically, they carry a Mark 15 torpedo, which actually works. Dang it. Why couldn't it be a Mark 14 torpedo? Make my life easy. Make my life very easy. Oh. Oh, what was it? You know, and it's gonna be probably. Oh, good lord. Which of these is it gonna be? Probably it's the Mark 9 torpedo which they're using, which is an evolution of the Mark 8. And the Mark 7. This is not an easy question to answer, because if it was a tribal class destroyer, I'd be going tribal. It's going to win the sheer firepower. A Fletcher versus an N class. I'm going to say probably the N class, because it's got slightly more, able to put slightly more shells on the Fletcher, and I don't. Whilst if the Fletcher gets a torpedo hit with its 10, that's great. That's gonna wreck. That's gonna wreck the Napier or any N class. But if it's gunfighting, I think it's the N class just has an edge. Just due to rate of fire and volume of shells it can put up there. And the thing is, when you're dealing with unarmoured ships, volume of shells counts because you're more likely to get more hits. And hits have a cumulative effect. That's it. That's my view. It's cumulative impact. No, sure, Mike. The Mark 15 is the surface launch version of the Mark 14. Yeah. They had exactly the same problems. Yes, they did. But the Mark 15 always has a slightly more reliable reputation than the Mark 14. Take care, McDermott. How reliable would you consider IGN Chief Engineer Umara's accounts of what happens to the Shimakaze? As reliable as any first-hand account, in which case it's reliable where I can find corroborating evidence, or it follows a logical train of analysis. Any parts which, kind of like the other accounts, where I can literally go, but that doesn't make sense when you put it with all the other evidence, then there's probably something going wrong. Either something's being misremembered, or there's a false memory, or there's something else going on. But false memories are a real thing from traumatic events. And as you point out, Sean Mac, that again, when torpedoes were fixed, the Mark 15 had all the same advantages as the Mark 14. Yes. Now, what is a destroyer? What destroyer is the first one that could reliably beat HMS Dreadnought 1v1? Well, the moment you have one fitted with a radar that allows it to try a target in at night when Dreadnought doesn't have those things, that's when they can win. Or any of probably the A and B class of the Royal Navy in 1920s, 1930s when they'd really trained for night fighting. That's right. So why didn't the Italians use the early replacement options to build Francisco Caracolas in the late 1920s and dispose of their obsolete dreadnoughts? Probably because they forgot they could design something better, and they also thought they could make it something cheaper. Clarke, in that non-treaty situation discussed, how long do the earlier ships last in service? I'm guessing in the 15 ships are gone into reserve before the mid-30s. More than likely. Honestly, it's going to depend. If they keep building at 4 every year, the British are probably going to want to max out at 24 or so capital ships. And they probably will have about 8 battlecruisers and about 16 battleships. Because I don't see the Americans pushing much beyond 20. Pushing. If the Americans push and Congress really gets by it, they might go to 20, but I doubt they'll want to spend that much money. And the Japanese aren't going to get much be able to afford to be running a force much greater than 16. So for the British, 24 is probably enough to feel secure. They might keep some in reserve, so it might be they actually have a full strength of 32 with 8 in a reserve setting, 8 in a reserve stasis, but those are going to be the early 8, and at a certain point those are going to be the early 8 of the post-war ships. So if they keep building roughly 4 every 2 years, every two-year period, you are probably talking about the British having all 32 in 16 years. So probably about 1936, 1937 time period you'd be talking about. Maybe push it. Let's be nice to say 1938. Is there's no 15-inch ships even in reserve at that point? That's interesting. Could Ronald have had an 18-inch if it was developed? Probably. They're fat enough they can take something that big. But it's a case of treaty wouldn't allow it. But you could have probably fitted them up with twin 18-inch to replace the triple 16-inch if they wanted to. Blackman Maximus, could you have made an ironclad tunnelhorn like the Zumwalt destroyers with a smaller superstructure, with guns positioned like the CSS Virginia, though higher up across the Atlantic? If in the right weather, yeah, you could probably cross the Atlantic. I think I answered the Dreadnought question. And look, first things to realise is that the destroyers in 1950s and even in 1940s and 30s are not like the destroyers today. The destroyers today are far closer to, I would say, capital ships in terms of complexity and cruisers in terms of role, when you've got all the systems. So basically you should compare their construction pace more to capital ships. They're certainly getting all that into size, and again, it's peacetime construction. And it's peacetime construction of a perfect ship. And the first thing you would tend to realize when you're looking in the 1920s and 30s is to maintain numbers. No one's building the perfect ship. They're building the necessary ship, the ship which will do the roles they absolutely need them to do, and that's what they're built for. Actually, Ronald, what do you think the Royal Navy's response to Yamato is, given you asked us for it? That's an interesting question. The response to Yamato. I think I will save that, and that'll be a theme of a UAD stream I'll do this week on Twitch. Okay? Because I didn't do Friday night stream, so I'll do a stream at some point, possibly tomorrow evening, possibly Tuesday evening, and the theme of the stream will be the Royal Navy's reaction to what the Royal Navy would build to fight Yamato. Because that's the best way of answering that question. Nice everyone. You've asked me this question before, and as I said previously, the USA didn't believe the USA didn't believe that the British couldn't build it. The US Congress had some members who didn't believe, but let's be honest, you also currently have some Congress members who seem to painstakingly believe that Russia is not the aggressor in Ukraine. I know, I'm diving into politics here, but basically the definition of aggressor is the one who crosses the other one's border. You can argue whatever you like to argue, but, if you cross that border, you're the aggressor. It's a fairly simple conundrum when you go down to that level. Everything else is just excuses. But you're the aggressor. And by the way, that goes for if you do a preemptive strike and all the other things. You can say you were provoked, but the thing is, you're the one who's attacked first, so you're the aggressor. But in the scenario we're dealing with in the 1920s, there are people who believe that Britain cannot build anything. And you sit there and look at them and go, Britain's literal existence for the last 40 years has been building ships. Of course they can build them. Your argument should be, can they afford to build them? And if they can afford to build them, have you misunderstood the British economics for some reason? And yeah, the American, large sections of the American government did misunderstand the British economics and the British situation. But again, no one's serious and no one seriously involved in the naval side of affairs actually believed Britain couldn't build them. Dean Richards, could a couple of private yards buy Tiger and Princess Royal for scrap but modernise them? Anything in the Washington Treaty stop them? Yes. Who are they going to sell them to? Until they've been scrapped, they're still on the British books. There are all sorts of issues. So yes, there are. The treaty does have terminology which would prevent that. Because think about it, we have tried the trimaran design for warships recently. Well, if you call the last 30 years recently, yes. What were the failings of the design which leads to it being discarded? It's been used for one class of LCS. It's not necessarily been discarded. It's not so much failings, okay? It was found not to be as suitable for the roles we wanted it for. And honestly, in terms of the value it added versus the cost it generated. And that was the British assessment. The value add versus cost for the roles the British wanted meant it wasn't suitable. Because it's not just in terms of modifying the ships. You also have to change the yards, the launching processes, all sorts of things have to be done. So you think about it, if you've got a trimaran Type 26, let's say you've still got the same length of hull as you have now, but you decide to go with trimaran design. You're suddenly got a huge amount more hull volume space to use, but you're also going to need a far, far bigger shipyard in order to build it and launch it. And it's going to have to be launched built in a dock scenario and launched by letting the water in and it float out, rather than having it go down a slipway or anything, because let's be honest, all the yards spaces Britain has are not good. They don't have space for that kind of vessel to go out on as far. It's not a good scenario for the British in terms of cost versus benefit. Is it true that in the original attack plan for Taranto that RAF Wellington bombers would not attack the harbour? Nope. The original plan for the attack on Taranto is done during the Abyssinia crisis, and I'm not even sure if the Wellington bomber was actually in service during the Abyssinia crisis. I don't think it is. And I don't think they had any in range. And I think, again, the same with Taranto. When it's actually carried out, there is no RAF bomber squadrons within range, so why would you plan for it? You'd have to move bomber squadrons to within range, and you have to find a base for them to be within range. Knight 6831, 10 to 12 inch guns really comparable in firepower to 10 12 inch guns really comparable in firepower to 10 14 inch guns? Depends which 12 inch and which 14 inch guns and what kind of level you're talking about. But if all other things are equal and the only difference is that one's 14 inch, one's a 12 inch, then the 14 inch are probably going to win. Monday 6040, I know you're being sarcastic, but I'm not even bothering to read that one out because, frankly, I can guarantee I'm going to get some interesting comments from having said that. Sidra 90, seeing the time in Canada now. If you would like, I may be able to help you get pictures of Sackville for your fire class book. That'd be lovely. More pictures of Sackville are greatly appreciated because there's already going to be a lot of them in there from me. But any more are gratefully appreciated. Yeah, but the LCS are not being phased out because of the trimaran design. The LCS is being phased out because the person who wrote the specifications for it didn't understand what he was, what, and I'm presuming it was a he, what he was actually building a ship for. And anything which starts with, we have managed to evolve beyond frigates, so we are now calling them literal combat ships, and then this the role, which is everything they're going to do, is that of a frigate. You sit there and go, yeah, you've evolved beyond having a brain. Hello, Dan Freeman. Okay. The question has just flashed on me again. Thank you. Thank you, Melanie Signal. Now, Shumran, also, Congressman who was worried if you put a weapon system on, it would capsize. The island, not the weapon system. There is a possibility. You could find out the island is really made of, I don't know, pumice. There's an island in Terry Pratchett which is made of pumice. I think. Seem to remember, or pumice-like stone. Take care, Jacob. What is the best hull design for modern hospital ships? Probably a very large monohull, i.e. probably take some sort of container ship and convert it. John South, last Royal Navy trimaran, it was the RV Triton, was sold to a private company, leased to Aussie Border Patrol, and is currently in Hull. Yeah. It was almost commissioned again, I think, as the Falkland Island Fishery Protection Vessel, but they decided it was too expensive. And the amount they were planning on charging was too much. The Triton was a fairly cool vessel to go at sea on. It was. Right. Nice turn. Should Hood's first commission logbook be considered a Hood's actual data commission in the Royal Navy? Nope. It should be logged as when it's commissioned into the Royal Navy, because there is forms and things filled in. Blackman Maximus, what if the River class frigate had been built instead of the Flower class corvette? That would be lovely. It would have been slightly bigger, slightly longer build, but it would have been very capable. And it would have been far easier to upgrade. Glenn Stewart, better Battlecruiser, Venator class Star Destroyer or Battlestar Galactica? Mainly because I prefer the other franchise. I'm going to go with the Battlestar them over the other franchise. I'm going to go with the Battlestar Galactica for the ships, because at least the Battlestar Galactica has decent all-round coverage. The Venator class Star Destroyer, as much as I do enjoy them, and I do enjoy them because they are my, to an extent, one of my preferred designs. Of Star Destroyer, and, well, you know, they have certain advantages. The capability to actually be a useful vessel is one of them. But, and I say this as a maximal thing on doing things. The Battlestar Galactica does have a lot of firepower, a lot of fighters, and a very, very sensible design. So I'm going to go with a Battlestar Galactica, but that's a tough one for me because I do prefer the Venator over pretty much every other ship that actually appears in Star Wars. And if I had been, whilst I recognise all the reasons why they didn't, if I had been the Rebel Alliance, I would have found a whole load of Venators, nicked them, given them various upgrades in terms of shielding, and used them as my mobile base, rather than having a base which could be found by the Empire and attacked. So basically, I would have a base that the moment I saw the Empire approaching, I would just go, let's fly away from here. Rather than, we're based on a moon. Why would I want to be on a moon? I know I don't need to... no, I don't need to use my air Venators to actually go and fight the Empire. Don't need to use them for that role. But I can use them for being a mobile base to work from. And even better than that, that means I could move my base around. So my fighters could launch from one system and be recovered in another system. I think... yeah, I think her loss was quite a lot of the crew went down with her. 150, basically 652 of her crew were rescued by the Japanese, and of those 152 died, and 652 men were rescued by the Japanese. Of those, 152 died in captivity. Considering her pre-war crew levels have been 630 odd, that probably means at least 30 or 40 dead, but I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't like to get into that without finding more stats, and I can't find my Exeter stats at the moment. The original. War doesn't start until 1945. Would a 9.2-inch cruiser be viable around 15,000 tons and would use it? Yes and yes. The problem is the 15th of May for Hood's commission into the RN has no official Admiralty records, nor records in Hood ships logged to confirm it was out there. Fun. Let's use the 15th of May until we find out otherwise. And I will actually go and have a look. And there is an archive where I can go and check that sort of thing out. Wreck list 43 crew dead. That would be about the figure I was expecting. Just watching the live and the questions at the moment. Black Master, what if battleships were called Sea Destroyers instead? Question 8. In UAD, we can fiddle with longer versus fatter guns. So velocity versus mass. Normally, velocity wins because its velocity is squared for equal tonnage. What are the engineering issues doing this? Actually, you want to try and probably do both. I tend to use 13.5-inch guns rather than 13-inch guns or 14-inch guns. And I tend to use 16.5-inch guns rather than 16-inch, 17-inch or 18-inch guns. Because in my experience, the 16.5-inch gun tends to be perfectly good, as long as I can add on length and make it as long range as possible as I can. The reason I do this is because the rate of fire as well. So it's a case of it's working it all out. So number of shells you can carry, it's a rate of fire you can you can maintain. All these things are effective. The engineering issues are complexity, because if you consider about the longer the barrel, the more likely you are to have drooping, which can affect your aiming, but also can affect your barrel wear. And the fatter the barrel, the more you can have issues turn up in terms of imperfections in the actual barrel. So the more complicated it is to make it, the more difficult it is to make it, and also the heavier it's going to be. Both sides. If you make the barrel bigger, it's going to be heavier. If you make the barrel longer, it's going to be heavier. Either way, you're going to be have something which is heavier to move around. The engineering stats, though, in terms of specific stats, vary from gun to gun to an extent, because let's put it this way, there is a reason why the Germans believe the British will not be able to build a 15-inch gun. The Germans don't believe it's possible until the British are very close along, and then they go, oh sugar, they are. At which point they've gone, oh sugar, the British can actually build it. Because the Germans believe their system of producing guns is so much superior to the British that the British cannot catch up with them in terms of gun quality, and so can't build a bigger gun than the gun they're already building, which is the 13.5-inch. So the Germans are just going, well, yes, we've built a 12-inch gun, which is our equivalent to the 13.5-inch gun. Doesn't really match in that way, but hey-ho. And then the British build a 15-inch gun, and the Germans go, oh sugar. And so that's why the Germans end up building the 15-inch gun. But every method of gun construction, of gun barrel construction to be more precise, has different fors and against in terms of its length versus diameter, basically. At what point does a cantilever barrel supports begin to make sense? The moment you start to need to introduce cantilever barrel supports, you have got a problem, because you've also introduced the point which is going to be structurally an issue for the barrel. Because if you've got a cantilever, if you consider it, the barrels expand under the pressure and the temperature. So what thing can you put on in a way that's going to provide enough support, provides enough support, but also doesn't affect their expansion and the contraction and all the issues associated with that, which are going to which can introduce a fault into the barrel. So that's why no one goes for a cantilever support. That's why they all go for a lot of work and a lot of engineering. A very long bound barrel is very difficult. Yes. Blackburn Maximus, what kind of tonnage would an 18-inch armed Agincourt-like design with 28 knots of speed and good armor need? Not that differential, because I've built it in UAD a few times, to the Queen Elizabeth class. Not really that much different. They displace 33,000 tons in normal. That's not standard, that's 33,000 tons in normal. Probably you'll be talking about increasing that up to 36,000 tons. Because, as I've said before, the obvious thing is to actually drop one of the turrets and go for a 6 18-inch gun configuration in 3 twin turrets. So basically a forerunner of the Renown class design. So, 19 plans to visit Canada again. I'd love to visit Canada again. I'd love to visit Canada this year again, but I doubt. It's going to sound strange. I have all sorts of plans I'd love to do, but it's, as I've said with Research on it, if you say this too often, then it sounds like you are pleading poverty or are begging people for money, but it's not that. It's the reality of it, and as I always do say, I always try and give the reality of being a historian. There is the criteria of time, money, and the X factor of conflicts. So at the moment, for me to visit Canada again this year, there isn't the time, there isn't the money, and there are too many conflicts of different issues going on. But I would love to visit. I'd love to visit Canada this year because I'd love to go to the party for Haida. But that's not going to be viable. Sad enough. But I will work through these things. It's the joyous, as I've tried to explain a few times with Naval history, you don't go into it expecting to be rich, and you don't go into it expecting to be universally loved, or anything like that. You go into it because you love it, and you know you should go into it with your eyes wide open. It's like going into academia these days. You go in with your eyes wide open. Do not go in thinking it's going to be an easy life. Do not go in thinking you're going to have an easy step progression. It's not going to be like that. There's too much competition in some regards for too little money. But there's also some very, very stupid things going around, and myths and ideas about our higher education, academia as a whole, and you have to deal with that. And then there's the fact that there are lots of people who are very happy to... Well, let's put it this way. There are lots of people who are very happy to enjoy the fruits of artistic labour, but who also find it strange that artists need to eat. And history has to be included in the arts these days, which makes it even more fun. And I've had this actual conversation. It's one of the reasons why I have a TV agent. Why I have an agent to deal with television and all those sort of works. Because the companies who have an interesting approach to the idea of or the experts they hire wanting to actually eat. You know, it's a case of, yeah, there's even fun things around. They sort of go, well, we don't like to pay for interviews. Why don't you like to pay for interviews? Because that means we could be paying you for answers. Well, it's my professional integrity. I'm not going to give you the answer you want. I'm not going to be paid for answers. Quite happy to be paid for you to ask me questions. But I'm not going to be paid for the answers. The answers are given as part of history's job. Are part of my products of my research and my work. There's no point me inventing stuff. But no, so they have to pay you for your time missed rather than that. In which case, there's all sorts of discussions about, well, how much should they pay you? Because, is it really well, yes, nicest way. You're paying me for the. You're not paying me for the questions. You're paying, or even though times aren't the answers in that time, or my time really. You're paying me for the fact that I have spent 25 plus years studying this topic, of which a good 18 has been as an adult, and I know the answer. And I can answer in a concise, eloquent fashion that you can use on television. That's what you're paying me for. And yes, you can earn very good money, but again, it's one of those things is, I would need to be doing, if I was going to equal some of the work I do for other things, let's put it this way, the figure I gave of the amount of money I need coming in a year to pay for the research trips and all the stuff work I need to do. Okay? That figure I used. If I was going to do that from TV work alone, I would need to do an average of 5 days a month filming. And I average about a day a month maximum. But it's still nice. It's lovely work. I love working with TV people. They're very nice people. Clarke, question. Alex, looking at Type 26 versus 31, it seems that the 57mm is big downgrade capability compared to a 76mm. What analysis am I missing? What do you want the gun to do? That's the question. What do you want the gun to do? If you want the gun to do a general purpose role, then the 76mm general purpose light gun role, 76mm, i.e. 3-inch gun, is probably better. But if you want the gun to do what is in effect a heavy flak role, 57mm is probably better. It's what do you want it to do? That's the whole thing. The whole point I always try and make people is it's the quickest way to work out what a ship is designed to do is look what it's armed with. Don't ignore what everyone says. Look at what it's armed with. Look at what gun calibers they've chosen, what gun types. I call the Type 31s the flak frigates. And I will stick by that. Because when you look at them, they've got 40mm and 57mm. And what are those? Heavy, standard flak and heavy flak. They're flak frigates. That's what they're designed for. That's what they're going to do. They're designed to, in a warfighting scenario, they're designed to get things down very cheaply. You stick up a wall of steel between you and the problem, and that's what deals with it. Because, honestly, the Royal Navy is probably looking ahead and going, do we have anything that guaranteed to stop X, Y, and Z? No. How about we stick a wall of steel at this distance? It will shred it. Whatever hits us will probably still be going very nasty and possibly still be going very nasty speeds and very fast, but it'll be probably hit us in very small fragments and might not cause the same amount of damage. Or it might be a fireball a long way away. Who knows? Sounds like we've got an option. Let's do it. Let's say everyone, if you want, you're now giving me dates that you're putting down archive records for, etc. If you want to go and find the research and answer the question, you're more than welcome to. And that's not meant in a rude way. That's meant in a good way. That's what I want people to do. I like people to go off and study and find the stuff out for themselves. And you already found the ADM figures, so you might as well look into that. Said I'm happy to look into it when I get there, but I have no idea because I haven't done the research yet if those are the right documents. But if you're sure they're the right documents, you're more than welcome to go look for them. I will just go to, when I next go to the archives, I'll just type in Hood and probably look up her logbook and have a look through it. And then I'll probably look up the relevant files in the order of the Admiralty's order, the Sea Lords' discussions and diaries, and probably find that there's a reason for why they log in the 15th of May rather than 29th of March. It might be a contract dispute. It might be all sorts of things. There could well be a reason in sitting in the Admiralty, in the logs of the Sea Lords for why they mucked around with it. Oh, I cannot remember names of the ships enough in Battle Warships to think of what they're ridiculous, but they sometimes produce in the super German ship and super this ship, and I sit there and go, yeah, cute. If they could actually build them, I'd be surprised. Manly 640. How difficult would it have been to fit a gun to Zumwalt class which could use standard US 155mm shells? Not that difficult, but probably ineffective, because why would you use the standard Army 155 shells when you could use naval grade 155 shells, which would probably be bigger and more dangerous? It's one of the things, every time someone goes, let's standardize the shells for the Army and Navy and the size of the guns. And you go, yeah, standardize the size of the guns, that's fine. Standardizing a 6-inch, that's good. 5-inch, fine. Whatever you want to standardize on, fine. Standardizing the shells. Why? Because the shells you need for the army have to be able to be moved by man, by human, by hand. The shells for the navy, they are moved by pallet and they are auto-loaded, fed into a far bigger system which can auto-fire through them. You don't need them to be that small. So then it becomes a case of, why are we carrying shells this small? Well, because they're standardized with the army. Okay, but they don't do what we need them to do, because they don't pack enough punch. So yeah, you could have made a 155 system which could use a naval style shell and have that precision guidance kit fitted onto it. You could have done that quite easily. But that'd be straightforward, and most procurement in the 1990s, let alone the 2000s, was not in any way sensible or straightforward. Cool, CJ90. I always like photos from Fighter. Carl McGasberg, flak or Dakar frigate? No, a flak. I'm British. It's what we go with. If you want to be American and use Dakar, you are more than welcome to, but British use flak. So flak frigate it is. Besides, flak frigate sounds far better than Dakar frigate, because it's FF. There again, though, there is something which always confuses me in Britain, in that the amount of people who want to name their things a Barmy Army. Which works. If you're called Barney, and it's your Barney's Barmy Army, it makes sense. Or if you're talking about the British cricket fans. But, you know, there's a young tennis player in the UK who's called Henry. And they had people that were signing up teachers with Henry's Barmy Army, and I was sort of going, surely that should be Henry's Happy Horde or something like that to go with the H. Barmy Army is just lazy. But that's me being critical again. What was the Royal Navy's line of thinking when it looked as if its fleet compared to that of the American and Japan? How did it plan? Night Secretary for one, in the nicest way, that's a topic of basically, there's a fair number of videos around this channel on that, but that would be an entire video to answer that. That's not a question and answer. That's, what was the Royal Navy's line of thinking when it looked at its fleet compared to that of America and Japan, and how did it plan to counter them both without getting into numbers race with either? Basically, the broad speaking thing is night fighting. Long range attacks at night. Flak in the UK equals 40mm. Because, like Stafford Thompson, the question is why so low? Actually, I get paid quite well for my things. There have been a couple of people going back, you're expensive, and I go, yes, I am. So, believe it or not, in historian terms, I get paid quite well. And as for the agent, my agent is a lovely person, and trust me, they earn their commission. So, they get what they deserve out of it. And they would love to put me for 5 days a month. They'd love to put me for 10 days a month. But it's the amount of jobs out there. I'd love to do more. But again, there's only so much. And it's, Past Preservers are a wonderful group. They are a really nice agency to have looking after your interests. I say for everyone, the Hood Association do their own research and have very good people who go and do research in archives. If I did find it, I'm sure they would want to know, but they probably send their own people to check. I've worked with them before, they're lovely people. Yeah, the Barmy Army is the English cricket supporting fans. I don't know, would a 30 short Seaford flying boats really be enough for the Pacific Theatre? Depends what you want to do with them. If you want to do a lot with them, then no. If you want to do very minimal with them, yeah, they're fine. That's fine. We can always hope, Suture 19. We can always hope for more documentaries and colourful military reference books. Chicken Pigeon, why didn't the UK standardise the 40mm to the CTA-40 instead of mounting the Bofors to the ships and the CTA-40s to the AFEs? Now, there's an interesting thing behind that one. Broadly speaking, it came down to arguments of cost and funding, and also in terms of what do they actually want to do it with. And the fact is, the telescopic rounds, 40mm for the ships, wasn't at a level at which the Royal Navy wanted to invest in it. There is a French system. It's interesting. It's got a future, but at the moment the Bofors was considered a far more reliable off-the-shelf option to procure. And the whole thing about the Type 31 was it's supposed to be de-risked to the nth degree. Everything was supposed to be completely off the shelf and just prung and bought. And the Bofors was prung and bought. See, Clarke, you discuss Ukraine so little. I have my suspicions about work you are doing in the background for the future. Ukraine is very much a bilge pumps issue. On topic. You need to get Corleone and Associates as your agency. I have a gentleman called Nigel, who, if you are on Twitter and follow Past Preservers, you will find out about Nigel. Nigel is a really nice, really good Egyptologist, and he's a really kind bloke. And actually, I think technically at the moment he represents, I'm not sure, but might represent myself, Dr. Dan, and Drac. All three of us, because I introduced Drac to him, and Drac went, "I need someone to look after me for TV work." Okay, so I'll sign up. He'll sign up with me. So I think technically all three of us are represented by him. I'm not sure if Dan's done his signing in thing yet with them, but I know he was looking at it. I'm finding the cyclical nature of warfare funny. I feel like we're watching World War I 2.0. I'm waiting for the creeping barrage. That's actually part of Russian doctrine, creeping barrage. As a way of suppressing anti-tank weapons when attacking with their tanks. It's interesting. Nice, everybody. Quick look into it. I was able to. The shells designed for the Zumwalt's AGS had the same bursting charge as the Army's 155mm. You seem to pack a heavier punch, so to speak. I wonder what the shell design shaping's like. Nice, everyone. How reliant would the USN be on their 6 16-inch armed Lexington Battlecruisers to make up for the slow speed of their 10 16-inch armed battleships and 11 14-inch armed battleships? That's not their role. Their role is reconnaissance and cruiser bashing. You have to remember, the American system is quite simple. Their ships will reach you, and their ships will hammer you. The Americans were not considering doing fancy things of spreading their fleet around, of doing dashing off here, there, tarsals operations like the Royal Navy were planning. They were not even planning on using them as a second row as the Japanese were planning with their ships. The Americans were literally planning on the Lexington's finding, shadowing, but keeping well away from the Japanese fleet. And slowly but surely the American fleet would approach. And the Japanese fleet would have the choice of withdrawing in front of them and getting closer and closer to Japan, or offering battle. And if the Japanese offered battle, then it doesn't matter what their speed advantage is. As you'll seen in the game, I've been game I played on UAD this morning, and the campaign game. I've gone for a battlecruiser heavy navy because it makes sense for what I've been doing in that time, and the battlecruisers have been fitting the role very nicely. But I ended up fighting a battle versus some battleships, and it didn't matter. I had 4 battlecruisers versus 2 battleships. Didn't matter that their guns were actually slightly better. What mattered was that to get in killing range of those battleships, I had to get within range of their guns, and they had better armor and could actually do the fighting, and I couldn't. So I still lost 3 out of my 4 battlecruisers. And yes, you can put that down on me being in charge and me making an idiot. You can also put it down to the fact that at least one of the battlecruisers managed to get a direct hit straight on a turret, which sent the turret up, boom, and then the rest of the battlecruisers went. The rest of the one turret went up, and then all the remaining 4 turrets slowly went boom, boom, boom. And basically, it was the UK space program in 1919. Brilliant. So that happened to one of the battlecruisers, and the other 2 actually got worn down and sunk. But they did. They sunk the enemy battleships. But the thing was, they couldn't use their speed to get away. Yes, they could sort of dictate the range, but the moment you're in a slogfest, you can't do much apart from slog it out with your opponent. And that's the entire American plan. Slog it out their opponent. Now, the British plan is to make that problematic, because whilst the thing is, the American plan works as long as the Japanese fleet stays together. If the Japanese fleet isn't together, then the Americans have to start deciding whether they're going to break up their ships. The moment they start breaking up their ships, that's a problem, because you can use your speed to concentrate your ships in a larger group versus their smaller group. So the Americans, they're going with heavy armor, heavy firepower, but that means they have to stay as one fist, as one force, to win. As such a group, they are invincible, virtually. Because they are this mailed fist you have to fight, you have to slog it out with. The moment they start dividing up to try and fight other people spreading around, then they have a problem. And that's the big American problem, and why they put such a value on Hood, etc. Because the Americans realize that, Hood can be up here, down there, moving all sorts of places, doing all sorts of things. And that's a problem. Because it's going to mean your politicians are going to call you to do something. And that's more of a weakness for a democracy than it is for a authoritarian regime. So, Thompson, which Navy's large service concept is closer to being a modern battlecruiser? I'd say the South Koreans are pushing there, as are the Chinese, but that's about it. Nathan, what might the Argentinians have gone for in a third Rivadavia class battleship? A third Rivadavia class. If you're building a new class of ship, what they might have done as a successor, as a third battleship after the Rivadavia class, they probably have tried to go for something with more punch and higher status. But that'll be what they'd be going for. I'm pretty sorry. Well, you've mentioned this sometime before, but why is it easier to publish a book than get a journal article for a review? I have no idea. Honestly, I really do not. Let's put it this way. In the time I have been waiting for 4 journal articles to go through review and be published, 1 has been published, 3 are still in process, and I've published the book, and I've started working on not just the Kindle books, but an actual second book for publishing, which I'm going to hopefully get half done and then start hawking around publishers and go, would you like? Run, why is doctrine often unclassified? Is it as a warning policy, or is it acknowledgement of how many people need to know versus the damage of a leak? Pretty much it's the latter, but also there is a difference between doctrine and doctrine. In that doctrine in terms of what you're going to do and how you fight wars is quite easy to unpublish, versus the methodology of why and how you're going to do what you're going to do. So the thing is, the British were constantly talking about night strikes on targets in the 1920s and 30s. A lot of nations didn't believe them until World War II. And then suddenly the Americans went, oh, sugar, the British can actually do it. And but how can they do it? Well, the British had spent a lot of time doing it, developing it, and thinking and talking about it, and talking openly about it. But the thing is, there is a difference between being able to... talking about something and wanting to do something and being able to do it. And the thing is, doctrine is often fun. Peer review is very slow. You basically do it for free. Yes, a nice way, I've been involved in the peer review process. You cannot complain about peer review and then not do peer review yourself. So I've done peer review of articles, and I found it very interesting, but it's also very slow. You have a format you have to follow in terms of your review. You do have to consider how exactly this book is relevant. You have to do a lot of research yourself to check up on it, and check the references, and check all those sort of things, and it takes time. It almost takes as long to review it as it does to write it in the first place. and then you offer your comments, and then it goes back. And it goes back to the author, and the author then maybe makes revisions, and then it goes through review again. The author maybe makes, and they sort of then makes more revisions, and hopefully at the end it's going to be very, very good. But you can also end up a dispute with a reviewer, where a reviewer wants you to say one thing, and that's not what you are actually talking about. But they really want to see to write that article, but they don't have time to write it, so they're really trying to push you to write the article they want to see written, and that can cause all sorts of discussions and problems, and eventually you might even end up the review having to be changed, in which case everything has to start off again. I'm putting my Christmas gift list together. Should I reserve some space for your work? My books will be Kindle books, and honestly, they're not going to be designed to be expensive. I'm not going to be selling them expensive. So, if anyone's just out by Christmas, if they're out by Christmas, they're going to be Kindle ones. Nice day, everyone. You asked me this question already this evening. Out of ships in World of Warships, anything ridiculous? And I said, honestly, I cannot remember the names of the bigger one, of some of the ones, but basically any of the German super battleships tend to be on that category, as do many of the other super battleships. I think I need to send him a video snip. Yes, you do. If you go and look on the Past Preservers website, yeah, I think you can find a video snippet of me. I think we need a Christmas in July Bruships. Who's with me? Oh, good lord. Did the time of US entry into war and neutralization of carriers at that point save the Americans from their own doctrine? To an extent, it did help. So, Clarke, the question on the answer from the USN you gave shows the weakness in the US battle plan for any was with the RN under their war plans. They have no base of support on this side to make their plan work versus the UK. The Americans had a plan for that. They felt, especially in the 1920s, they thought Ireland would back them up. Ireland would probably have gone very quickly neutral. Because, let's be honest, as much as America might want to support them, they're the other side of the Atlantic from them, and it's far closer to the UK, and it's very, very close to UK bomber forces. And also, that would be a very quick way to lose your independence. Because the sheer amount of force the British would have that close to you. So I think, yeah, but there were some American plans which were honestly about the idea was to use Ireland if they needed to fight this other side of the thing, but also their plan was to basically invade Canada as a war with Britain. That was basic. Their basic war plan for war with Britain was invade Canada. No, stuff. Honestly, the Type 83 is lovely, but it's going to be a large destroyer, a large modern destroyer. It's a capable vessel, but it's not going to be a battlecruiser. And the thing is, again, they're not even building cruisers. And you can't really get to a battlecruiser if you're not even building a cruiser. Yeah, it's easy. It's not necessarily easy to publish the stuff. Self-publishing is actually kind of interesting. I find I'm holding myself to a higher standard than publishers probably would be on some things. Right, I am run out of Iron Brew, so I'm going to answer the final questions. I've still gone over half an hour over what I was planning on going. And so final questions. Nice one. How scary would the combined Grand and British Pacific Fleet be? That it depends. If you've upgraded the Grand Fleet to the technological levels of the British Pacific Fleet to allow for combined operations, that would have probably been the most powerful fleet ever created. Pound for pound in its period. And yeah, that would have possibly made actually an invasion of Japan viable. It would have certainly given the Americans going, where did that lot come from? Approach. Yes, nice article about the German army in the First World War. To give my own example of it, and this is actually a paper which is no longer going to be published because I got annoyed. Basically, I did a journal article which was about the battle. It was about the relationship between the battle and the weapon class in terms of their development, and why they were developed simultaneously and what was going on. And basically, the reviewer kept going back, but you know, why are you not talking enough about the C class war emergency destroyers? And I was going, my response was because they're not the topics of the conversation. The conversation are the building of the large destroyers, the intermediate and the large fleet destroyers, and why they are actually looking at an intermediate when you have a large destroyer being built, and the analysis that was going into it. And they kept coming back, and I could see their point to an extent in that, yes, you have the three classes are part of a whole. But, and this is the point I was making, you only have so many words you're allowed to use, so many words which are viable, and it takes time. And honestly, I only have so much writing time a week. Okay? My writing time, and the trouble is, this is the time which gets nicked by other things, is 11 till 3, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. That is my writing time a week, when I'm able to sit down and write. I've got 12 hours a week I'm able to allocate to writing, because I can occasionally add in a Saturday, but other things like research time, reading time, all the stuff you need to prep before you can do any writing, so you need to get your notes and things in order before you can actually do the writing section. Preparing the presentations for YouTube, preparing the presentations for lectures, doing the research work for TV work when I'm doing that. All those things take up time. And there's also the teaching of the lectures, the recording of videos, the occasional other stuff which comes up, that comes up as part of life. So yes, it's 11 till 3, 3 days a week is my writing time, and I'd love to have more, but that's the time I can allocate every week. And sometimes that's probably going to get eaten up on Monday. And that's going to get eaten up on Monday because some things had to be rearranged from Friday because of illness. So it's been rearranged. That's annoying, but that's life. And so I have to constantly put a price tag, in a way, on the writing time. And I cannot afford to keep going back and arguing about whether or not I should include C-class destroyers in this paper, because I don't. There's no word space. I would have had to cut out a whole lot about the weapon class especially, but also the battle class, to put it in, and then you lose the content on the topic that the paper is actually titled and supposed to be about. Anyone else notice he didn't mention eating or sleeping? Eating happens, sleeping less so. Barbaro's like, do the attacks on turrets need a movie? I think it would be more a series rather than a movie, because there's so many different attacks which launched. It's got to be a series. It's got to be more of a 6-part docudrama sort of thing. When can we expect the next build trumps? Probably the end of this week if the recording goes to plan on Monday. That's right. At what point did it become obvious to each power that 12-inch armed battleships and battlecruisers were obsolete? After World War I, probably about 1918. They weren't going to be got rid of while war was still going, but they are going to be kept going. At the moment war's over, they're not needed. Doc just ordered 2 cases of 1901. Lucky. Oh, very nice. Lucky you. Peter Hall. Let's say that Japan stays in the treaty system and resists the urge to go to war with the entire world. What might their treaty-compliant naval program look like? Well, seeing as they never had a treaty-compliant naval program, that'd be kind of an interesting thing to do. But in case of, if they were still trying to build battleships that winked at the treaty, in terms of capital ships, you'd be looking at a 16-inch ship which had probably looked like an Iowa, and probably would displace not far off an Iowa in reality, but would claim a standard displacement a lot less than an Iowa. 96, is the person telling you to focus on something that isn't topic of your paper the one with the final authority if you get a bad review? Is the article just dead? It was the primary reviewer, and that's it depends on the relationship with the editors and the journal, and in that case, yes, it's dead, because the primary reviewer is far more important to them than I am. And as I don't want to make the change that the primary reviewer is insisting, they won't sign off on it, and they won't do the issue of assigning a different reviewer. Some journals will, some journals won't. Thanks, CJ90. Thank you, Shavar. Thank you. Just a second.
Want more powerful throwing? Shifra.
Okay, so I have to say I did just look up one of the names. So thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Inns. Thank you, Shifra. Thank you, DGB40. Thank you, Rapid Raceback. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Leslie Initial. Thank you, CJ90. Thank you, Nuck. Thank you, Rapid Raceback. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Calvin Gasberg. Thank you, Denny Wright. Thank you, David Goulding and Rapid Raceback. I think I said that already. Thank you, Joss Funk, and everyone else. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, everyone, and good night. Is there anyone else the article could have been published? Not really, because it's so focused in shaping on the other on that journal style that to rewrite it would take almost as much time as starting from new. So I'll probably just do a different article on topic, or I'll do a video about it. Thank you, Gazman813. Thank you, BugGuy829. Thank you, everyone. Take care. And boom. Toodles. Let's end the Q&A. Yay! Went. Don't know why it went to top chat. Top chat. Thank you, CJ90. Thank you, everyone, and take care. Hang on. That's one. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Pete Hall. Yes, Irish names can be hard to pronounce. Yashira. They can be, but I did look it up to check because I knew it wasn't Siobhan. And I was going, I know that name, but I'm not sure I know that name. I'm going to check the pronunciation. Because one of the unis I went to uni in, St Mary's, has a huge number of Irish students. And so you very quickly have a introduction into pronouncing Irish names. And it might be a long time ago, nearly 15 years, but that I was there. But it's, you know, I remember I remember what I don't remember more than, as well as I remember what I did remember. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed, and thank you again for all your support. Toodles.